Che adesso sei in diretta, sì. Ti sto passando l'organizzatore, adesso sei organizzatore, va bene? Va bene? Va bene. Io esco. Ciao.
Professors, can you hear me from the computer?
Now we can.
Okay, great. We have concluded all the organization with the computer, the connection, the streaming and everything. The professors here are arriving. So we will start in a few minutes, I guess.
Excellent, thank you.
I'm going to take the rest of the group so we can start. Thank you. Okay, shall we start? Okay, I believe we can start with some opening greetings from the university and the department. So please. Thank you very much.
All right, so good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here to give a welcome salutation on behalf of the rector, Professor Svelto, here at the University of Pavia, for this Congress on food law. And well, I'm a vice rector for research, and the topic of food law is something that is within a broad range of investigations here at the University of Pavia. We are engaged in a number of different activities which involve not only the Department of Political Sciences, but also the other departments of this multidisciplinary university, focusing on the variety of topics that surround the entire, let's say, chain of production, monitoring, surveillance related to food production and also, let's say, consumption all over the world. So in this respect, I think that one of the most relevant concepts is the engagement that our university has at the moment in several initiatives involving European and national programs focusing on food policy and on food law, including, and just to mention a couple in which I've been monitoring the activities in the recent times, the activities related to the National Resilience Program, the NRRP or PNRR, where the university has prominent roles in several partnerships, including, for example, the Partnership for Sustainable Nutrition, the Partnership on Biodiversity, and the partnership associated to risks, which has a component dedicated to socio-economical risks, which includes also food policy. So in this respect, I think that the activities that will occur within this Congress will be of prominent interest for several actors within the university. And I wish this meeting its success. And also I hope that it will be extremely productive to all the international delegates that are participating here in presence and also connected from remote. I have the pleasure also to thank the members of the International Academy of Comparative Law for being here, including the president, who's, I don't know, chairing the meeting or, yeah. And so I leave you all to your activities, and I thank you on behalf of the university for being here, and I hope that you will enjoy your stay and you will have a very productive meeting. Thank you.
I'm very pleased to welcome you on behalf of the Department of Political and Social Sciences. I'm the deputy head of the department. Unfortunately, the head couldn't make it, Silvia Pigini. She would have liked to have been here, but she had a personal engagement, so she sends her apologies and her greetings. We are particularly pleased as a department to host this conference, both because of the importance of the topic, which has already been touched on by the Rector for research, the topic of food law and the right to food, but also because of its, what I perceive as an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach, which is characteristic of our department. Our department, not all of you are Italians, you might not be aware that in Italy we have political sciences in the plural. So unlike the Department of Law or the Department of Economics, we're not a monodisciplinary department, but a multidisciplinary department. Our approach is one which is informed by the idea that many errors in public policy could be avoided if more people were informed about the different disciplinary approaches to particular public problems. And the topic of this conference, food, being an inevitable part of everyday life as long as human beings have biological bodies, and an inevitable part of public policy, it's inevitably informed by all these different disciplines. So obviously law is center stage, and we see that from the title of your conference, but these issues such as sustainability, food safety, food security, food sovereignty are inevitably informed by questions of political feasibility, questions about the interests of economic stakeholders, and also moral and you could say, values and principles. And that's where my own subject comes in. I'm not an economist or a political scientist or a lawyer. I'm a political philosopher. And you might think, what has that got to do with our conference? But I can see all sorts of connections which, through which a political philosopher could contribute to some of the discussions you're having, and whereby we could learn very much from the proceedings of this conference. If I think about the right to food, is that a human right? Immediately, all sorts of interesting questions arise. Clearly, if it's a human right, it fits into the right to subsistence. And then who are the correlative duty holders? Who are the correlative duty holders to the right to food? That's a very interesting question. And it seems it's not everybody, otherwise you get an overdetermination of the satisfaction of the right. But the danger is then it becomes nobody. And so some philosophers have complained that this kind of right could represent the dark side of human rights in the sense that it can remain a mere aspiration. So the question, which I imagine many of you are asking, is how can this right be made concrete? How can it be made more than a mere aspiration? And if we think about questions of food sovereignty, I'm taken back to a conference I attended 25 years ago when I think the situation was very different and people were not talking about food sovereignty. It was a conference on free trade in Manchester to celebrate the 150th anniversary of the repeal of the Corn Laws, which was seen as a great victory for free trade in corn, principally. And it was a meeting of lawyers and economists and political theorists. And there was a very famous political theorist who maybe some of you have heard of, Brian Barry. Brian Barry presented a paper in this context on self-sufficiency. And it was like going into the lion's den. He was there among a group of international economists, and they basically tore him apart. He claimed that self-sufficiency could be a noble ideal, and that this could be an interesting concept to explore. And he was not well received. And I think maybe if we think about food sovereignty today, that this could be, the approach today is rather different from the approach I saw there 25 years ago. So very topical subject. I'm not going to bore you any further with my amateur reflections. It's time to hear from the experts. So thank you very much to the organizers, and over to whoever's chairing the first session. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your opening greetings. We were very happy to have you here, both here, to introduce the works. So maybe we can officially start with the first panel, which is going to be hybrid, because two panelists are going to be here in presence, whereas the third one, unfortunately, cannot be here for pandemic reasons. So I invite Professor Böreberki to come as chair, and Professor Gross and Professor Dolle, who are going to speak first and second. So please come here. Okay.
Can I please ask a technical question?
Yeah, I think Professor Van der Meulen.
Thank you very much. For me, there is a big echo. Would it be possible to have just one microphone open at a time? Professor Borghi, I'm not sure if that's the same for you. Okay.
Can you hear? Is it better for you?
Yes.
Ok,
Thank you.
abbiamo un problema. Col microfono sentono l'eco, senza microfono sentono meglio, però forse non si sente bene qua. Can you hear without the phone? Not very much.
I can hear you now perfectly.
No, questo è spento. We are fixing the problem.
Thank you.
Okay. Sì.
E infatti perché crea l'eco. Here, now you listen to echo.
More than
It's better.
before you changed. No, it was better before. If you put it back the way it was, that was best.
Non è che per caso è attivato il microfono?
È quello che stavo pensando.
Molto.
Now it's better or worse?
No, your last changes
You can
made
hear.
it worse.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Strano che se lo spengo funziona. Maybe we can try without microphones here.
Okay.
It's good at home in this way.
It's okay. Yes.
Everyone can hear in the room. Okay, we can start in this way.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Maybe we can start with Professor Holle, since we have to make this presentation, send it to the computer. So maybe, perfect, great.
So we can start. Okay.
We can start.
Right.
Perfect. Thank you for the words of welcome that you just have spoken. I'm delighted to be in Pavia, and we have heard that this is the Center for Interdisciplinary and Comparative Research in the field of food law. And this is a congress that has been organized by the Vice President Giuseppe Francesco Ferrari, Vice President of the International Academy of Comparative Law. He's a member of the Executive Committee, and he invited me and Alexander Sinegacic, who is the Deputy Secretary General of the International Academy, to attend this conference. I'm not an expert in this field, but I know that I will learn a lot, and I hope that all the others who are joining us remotely will do the same. Yes, I think we lost a little time, so we will start immediately with Professor Holle, who is, as has been indicated in the program, he is from Hamburg. He is a full professor of food law and administrative law at the Hamburg University of Applied Sciences. He graduated in Germany, in Mainz. He is a member of the German Food Code Commission and of the advisory board of the German Scientific Association for Food Law. He has taught already at Michigan State University in Italy at Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, and he is a regular contributor to the European Food and Feed Law Review, and also he contributed to the EU Food Law Handbook. So he is an expert and providing us with a view, a perspective from Europe. I give the floor to Professor Holle.
Yeah, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. I have to get this a bit closer. Yeah, is that still okay? Have I? Yeah, the camera is still there. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much for the very kind introduction. And yeah, it's a pleasure to be here, of course. So thanks also to the organizers for the invitation. Yeah, I would like to reiterate something that Ian just mentioned, the interdisciplinary approach, which is very crucial for food law, because there are many different disciplines involved here, and cannot be done by lawyers alone, cannot be done by technologists or by nutritionists. So everybody has, political scientists, everybody has to come together, so that we can have a profound understanding of the food sector and how it operates. And I would like to talk today about the European Green Deal and whether European food law is ready for the Green Deal, for this great ambition of the European Commission. So that's, of course, a big task that the Commission has set itself, goes certainly beyond Mrs. von der Leyen's working program and will determine probably policy for the coming decades, maybe even. If we are serious about it, that's then the next question. How serious are we about it? And yeah, I would like first to recall, let me see, this is not, maybe I have to go to the presentation first. It's not the usual thing. We have to, it's not, wait. Yeah, okay. I tried this way. I'm sure why it's not taking. Yeah. So the arrows don't work. I can just move the scroll bar. It's not a presentation.
Okay, that's working.
Okay, now it's working.
Yeah, you have to use these two.
The two arrows. Yeah, okay. Up and down.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, lovely. Okay, thank you very much. I'm not sure you see it. I think you don't see it on the.
Working.
Was working.
Andava.
Online.
Okay, it's fine.
Yes, maybe a little bit of delay.
Okay.
A bit of delay, yeah, maybe. Okay. So now we're here. So I would like to start with a quick recap on where we come from. Again, it's completely disconnected from the.
This is the next. This is the next one. Yeah. No, this is
Okay. No, but it's not. Why it's not? Oh, okay. Really presented. Okay, if it comes up again, it's the second option.
Yeah, yeah. You only to press the arrows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So then let's give it another go. Just a quick reminder where we are coming from, because it's really important to understand the dimension of the task, really. So the ambition of the European agriculture policy used to be, common agriculture policy used to be to ensure that the population is fed, because it's after the Second World War, we had food shortages, and was about, of course, increase of production, becoming more efficient in production, securing income of the farmers, but also ensuring a constant and affordable food supply. So that was the ambition. So just as a reminder, and what the consequence is of course what we all experience today. We were really successful with this policy. So we had huge production increases, and but it was also focused naturally on industrialization of agriculture. To some degree, it was of course also the focus more on quantity than on quality. You saw the small generalist farm disappearing more and more, bigger scale farming, of course. Protectionism, so protect the European agricultural market from the rest of the global market, and massive cost to maintain the system, which was alone in 2021 more than $65 billion, which is quite an amount. It's in today's scale of money, maybe not a lot, but still significant, of course. And if you look what we spent in the last years on COVID measures, etc., maybe dwarf a good fight, but it's at least 1/3 of the budget of the European Union. So doesn't moving. It's not moving.
No.
Whatever.
Yes.
Now it's moving.
Yes.
So you made it magic.
You give me a sign. And
Okay,
then
so next slide.
and next.
Yes, thank you. That's good. One by one. Okay, but now it's not showing up here.
I don't know why we don't have. Because he wants that we be logged in. So maybe we can invest a few minutes.
Yeah, rather fix it.
Yeah, so we fixed for all day. Sorry, but we didn't know the university computer need to be logged. It's very strange that no, non batti da un attimo, perché il computer dell'università che ci chiede la licenza is quite funny. So we go ahead in this way. I go to the technician and ask for another computer because it's quite pissing off that he's asking for pay office at the university. I don't know why. I don't know how to fix it. I'm quite sure that university has paid for Microsoft Office.
But I have, yeah.
Okay, sorry for this problem. Yeah, I think the It's not a perfect technological.
Yeah, we can use that. Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now it's better.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry. Sorry
Yeah,
again.
no problem. We will.
Which one
So,
do
yeah,
you
take the
like
next
to have?
one.
This next one, this one?
Yeah, because I mean, we know where we're coming from, I guess, so we better move on given the time. So the European Green Deal, big ambition, 2050, first carbon neutral continent. If you ask people, there may be a different reaction to that goal. If you ask the IPCC, they will say it's far too slow. If you ask the economists, they will say it's much too fast for the economy to adapt. So we're somewhere in between. It seems this is what was politically feasible. And the good thing about such targets is you're never held to account, because by 2050, Mrs. von der Leyen will long be gone from her job. So always nice to have these ambitions. No, it's jumping. No. So you see, it's all sectors. Biodiversity is addressed. We have clean energy, sustainable energy, so biofuel or also electromobility, for example. But we also have this from farm to fork, more sustainable food systems and food supply, sustainable agriculture, which is the area where really the food sector we should focus on. Next. There, a bit more in detail, the different goals, pollution-free environment, which contains then air, soil, and water, of course, protecting ecosystems, biodiversity, that has a lot to do with agriculture, of course, because depending on how you farm, there will be an impact on also what is around the farm, of course. And in the farm to fork strategy, a green and healthier agriculture system should be established. There's a significant reduction of fertilizers, pesticide usage, antibiotics in the food chain. And this is again this overall goal. We have this climate law, which is now was adopted in 2021, that's Regulation 1119, which sets this target of 2050. What is a bit vague still is the steps in between. And we had an interesting decision of our German Constitutional Court on that topic. We cannot leave it to the next generation to reach that goal. You have to take steps, at least according to German constitutional law, you have to take steps now. We cannot say, well, we're doing a little bit now and the next generation will do the rest, the other 90%. So the question is, how will that pan out on a European Union level? Pollution-free, yeah. Okay, so this is the overall context. Into the next. Then we have the common agricultural policy, which is one area of agri-food law, of course, which is about the production and commodities. And so there should be an increased contribution to climate change mitigation and adaptation. So the common agricultural policy was reviewed, and we have a new one now from 2023 to 2027. Where there were some adjustments that were made to achieve these objectives. Whether they were really efficient, I'll talk about that in a moment. So next one, please. So these are some more specific targets, quite a lot. A big work plan of the European Commission, so to speak. It's still a bit top level, but 25% of agricultural land under organic farming by 2030. So that's of course, a clear target, measurable target. Question is, of course, which type of organic farming? Will it be animal husbandry? Will it be plant-based production? So we can debate that. Both of them is organic. Then promotion of seed security and diversity. So that's also these old species that we can use for organic farming, which are maybe more robust to the climate change, etc. Use of antimicrobials for farmed animals, so antibiotics question, but also promotion of carbon sequestration by farmers and foresters as a new business model. So farmers should plant trees basically and make money of it, which is on one hand a good idea. The bit strange thing is that at the same time the whole agricultural sector is exempt from the emission trading system. So the sector contributing a large degree to the greenhouse gas emissions is completely exempt. And now they're asked to make money. So first they First, they emit all the greenhouse gases, and then they get paid for planting trees to do a bit of have a bit of a carbon sink. So that's of course bit, let's say, one-dimensional maybe. Right. Let's move on. So we have these three headings basically in the food area. So empowering healthy and sustainable choices is one focus area of the Commission in the food sector, supporting farmers, fishers, and enabling transition. Second heading, and the third is nature and climate. So this is how we can, by and large, classify these different activities. The area healthy and sustainable choices. We have an all-time favorite, nutrient profiles, which have not been agreed for the last 15 years, I think now. So we'll see whether we find a solution for that. Form of tech nutrition labeling. Also something like traffic light schemes interpretation to promote healthier eating habits. Also something that is bound to have a lot of conflict, because Italy, for example, has a completely different position compared to France with the Nutri-Score. So we will see what will come out of that discussion, whether we have seen some agreement there. Expand the origin indication requirements, so more origin labeling. So where does a product come from? That could, of course, enable you to see how far the product has traveled. That may have an impact on the purchasing decision. What you see at the moment, however, is that national legislators more use this as a promotional tool to use national pride. So buy Italian, buy French, buy Spanish. And that's, of course, not the same as having this origin indicator, because if you talk about mileage, if something comes from southern Belgium and is traveling to northern France, it's maybe 60 kilometers. While it's coming from Marseille, it's probably several hundred kilometers. So the origin, the country of origin, doesn't necessarily tell you something about the food mileage. So so that's a bit the question whether they will get it right or whether they will more follow the national desires to have a kind of quality label, national quality label. Revision of date marking, that's about food waste, of course. So you have the question of whether consumers throw too much away because there's a best before date on the packaging, and whether that which is not well understood by the consumer according to some research. Question is always, what do you replace it with and how? Because if you put no date marking at all, even more may be thrown away. So this is, and that's most people in the area of food waste avoidance say that this is probably not a solution to the problem. Different other tasks. Yeah, then we have all kinds of activities for farmers, fishery and transition, nature and climate. Again, this is all about pesticides use, additives use, etc. So we can take the next one. And we have food contact materials. Okay, that's about intelligent packaging a bit, of course. School schemes will be reviewed, and there should be a sustainable food labeling framework. So some kind like a sustainability logo. So if you do not have any money, you introduce a logo. That's because that doesn't cost you anything. And so the question is, how would that be designed, of course? Right, and maybe to the next one. Yeah, so we are back here at a state of output maximization in agriculture, the preference of large units. It's by hectare basically that you get your direct payments. And traditional farming is also very much protected against innovation. If you think about alternative meat alternative, dairy alternatives, you have a lot of protection through these protected designations, for example. Hygiene, safety and hygiene, we're coming from the BSE crisis with our legislation in the past, so that still has an effect. So safety and hygiene is something that is not debatable in the European Union. And that conflicts and clashes with the food waste avoidance idea, because if you wrap everything in plastics or more to avoid any possible contamination, you produce a lot of waste. And also what you can use after it has been somewhere in this leftover somewhere in the shop or something, that is determined very much by the hygiene rules. So there's a lot that could be done there. It's a very difficult political discussion because we cannot talk about food safety because and hygiene because there's a zero risk expectation of consumers, which also is a bit of an odd thing because nowhere else in life you have a zero risk. but in foods, there's a consumer desire or wish to have zero risk. Then innovation-phobic attitude, I would say. So all innovations in the food technology, we have basically rejected in the last 20, 30 years, starting with GMO, followed by nanotechnology, and the new genomic techniques will be the next one, I suppose, that we will reject. And then we don't have the tools anymore, really, to cover all these challenges. So that's a concern. The consumer information concept of informed choice. So the consumer should know about everything, ideally, well informed. Problem is, of course, if you inform the consumer about everything, it's an information overload to generate, and the key messages get lost. And also, nutrition information is used as a cheap alternative to nutritional education. So if I put the word dot somewhere, that's my nutritional education, so I don't have to spend the money in schools to do it. And that's, of course, one of the weaknesses of these concepts. Right, then we can do next. Agriculture, we will have a challenge because this 25% organic farming target will lead to about 25% lower yields in these areas. That's approximately the difference between optimized conventional farming and organic farming. So we have to deal with that. And at the moment, we're just currently thinking of or seeing some risks with regard to food supply. So the question is how that effect is factored in. And overall, there's no concept how to handle this issue of too high consumption of food of animal origin versus food of plant origin, and how to extend the share of food of plant origin that should be consumed. So this is not addressed at all by the new common agricultural policy. So this is a major, let's say, major weakness, I would say. And also the carbon emission trading scheme, if you do not include the agriculture sector, there is no incentive to reduce carbon emissions other than planting the trees to get some more money out of it. For food production, food product development, you have hygiene provisions and labeling provisions from which you cannot exempt. There's no rule in European Union law that says you can make exemptions. So if a product is incorrectly labeled, you basically have to throw it away or unpack it and repack it. And this is something where you can doubt a bit if the order of the ingredients is changed, for example, whether this is worth throwing away the product and whether this is such a big impact on the consumer. The Commission always refuses that argument, saying, no, we leave some flexibility, but in practice, the law doesn't have to give any flexibility. So they may want it, but it's not there. Also, the pre-market authorization procedure slow down market innovation a lot, because if it takes 2 years to get an authorization and you have spent €2 million for it for clinical studies, that's of course a very challenging topic. And the protection of certain agricultural products like dairy products and meat products is exactly working against this ambition on sustainability, that you have to strengthen the consumption of products on plant-based products. So we're just working the other way, basically, compared to where you want to go. Yeah, next one. Consumer information, we have labeling rules that are not well understood by consumers, and the information is also not always clear, like we see with the date marking. And labeling is driven by single policy issues rather than conceptual thinking. So you see some problem and then try to fix it rather than look at the overall, have a holistic view. Right, next one. Yeah, so the organic production increase will negatively affect our self-sufficiency in the European Union, probably, if it continues like it is now. And can only be compensated if the land use or keeping animals is reduced, but this is not really addressed in the new policy. An animal welfare standard, also there you may trigger even higher land use if you need more space to keep the animals. Problem just as we don't have the land. We're using 70% of the agricultural land in the European Union for feed production, not for food production. And so this is the question, is this the right track? And then if we then think about imports of soy from other areas of the world, from Brazil or something, it's getting even more difficult. And public health, it's also a bit contradictory in the European Union. The EU runs campaigns against smoking, and on the other hand, we subsidize tobacco production in the European Union. So it's a bit ambiguous, and in that sense, if you have a holistic view, that would have to change. So next one, please. Hygiene rules. I will not go through all the examples. I will just give a bit of details more for reference. So there's a responsibility of the food business operators according to the General Food Law, Article 17, that the food business operator has to comply with all food law requirements. All food law requirements is quite a lot. It's hundreds of regulations basically that you should comply with. So for small business, that's already a bit of a question. How can you comply with that? And the member states are obliged to enforce the law, of course. And the Commission, during the Ukraine crisis, basically wrote a letter, well, don't be so strict with it. Maybe you can use some flexibility. And the decision must be taken by the competent authority on a case-by-case basis while ensuring food safety. So again, so you take out most of the already, and to decide pragmatically according to the respective circumstances whether certain deviations are approved. On the other hand, there's no way to authorize deviations according to the European Union food law, because the idea was it should be the same in all member states. There should be coherent enforcement. And if you do coherent enforcement, you don't want exemptions, because then everybody will exempt somebody. So it was never set up like this. And so this is a nice wish, but it's legally irrelevant. Next one, please. Yeah, then hygiene rule and labeling rules. It's something that's very much to my heart because it's absolutely unbelievable. So we have these hygiene rules that say who is a food business operator, and the food business operator must of course comply with all hygiene rules, which are 2 complete regulations that list many annexes of detailed requirements. And charities, for example, according to the definition, are food business operators if they do it on a regular basis. If they're working on a regular basis, they are treated like a food business. From a safety perspective, it makes some sense, because for a stomach, it doesn't matter whether you get a product for free and get sick from it or whether you buy the product. But on the other hand, we have some exemptions for small producers in this hygiene regulation. So a local small producer who sells something on the market is exempted from all these rules. Yeah, so they don't have to follow these rules. So now what's the difference between a food bank distributing something locally and a small producer distributing something locally? Never seen that. So last year at the European Food and Feed Law Conference, I asked the European Commission representative about that. His answer was, I do not understand your question. So we have resolved this with this new annex that we've made on food donations. But the problem is that annexes, these requirements for food donations come on top of all the other 15 annexes that they need to comply with. So it's not something that exempts it from the rest, but it puts something on top. And that's, of course, making things very difficult. Here in Italy, we were very, let's say, very much ahead. You just made this Good Samaritan law saying somebody who is doing charity work is not a food business operator. Whether this is strictly speaking in line with the European Union law, you can debate about it, but it is a good solution for this problem. Yeah, and that I would wish that would be something we should have in the European Union. Okay, next one. Yeah, for surplus food, and there are even more now things. I think that's you can read that. Okay, next one. New genomic techniques, also something where we had a decision by the European Court of Justice saying all these new genomic techniques like CRISPR-Cas, etc., are subject to the GMO laws. So if they are subject to the GMO laws, we all know what that means. They're dead because nobody will go through this procedure. So what you need is a new, and they're not all the same. So there are very different formats and very different technologies. And so it's not something where you can generalize that this is always, should always be the case. So what we need here is a new approach, and the European Commission is working on a regulation for new genomic techniques. But when you see, so there's a report from the Joint Research Center on all the different technologies and what the advantages may be. And then there is also a statement of the member states on that, where all the concerns are listed. So we see that the approach will be the same as with nanotechnology. We're looking at the opportunities, we are looking at the concerns. Okay, so yeah, we can skip those. That's a bit of an overview on the next one as well. Novel foods, another area. So we have some foods that have never been consumed in the European Union, and there we have now a very broad definition of what is considered a novel food, which was mainly driven by the European Court of Justice, saying basically any combination of anything that is new is considered novel food. So even if it's an established technology, if it's used on a new food, it's a novel food. If it's an established food where new technology is used, it's always a novel food. And that, of course, makes something that used to be just a technological innovation these days. Today, it makes it a novel food, which is subject to authorization requirements. And that's, of course, something that is not really supporting innovation or even making it interesting for people to research and to apply this. Right, next one. Dairy designation is the next one. There we have a contradictory approach. Dairy designations are protected, meat designations are not protected. And then, of course, it's a comprehensive protection. So you cannot even say for an alternative product, soy-based product or oat or whatever, you cannot even say use like milk or use like cream. It's prohibited to even mention the word dairy. And of course, how do you explain to consumers what they should do with the product if you have that broad protection? And so this is basically promoting just the opposite of what the European Commission wants to achieve. And of course, there are traditional farming and their interests and their voters and all that. So that's, of course, something to be considered. And there must be a balance. I don't say it should not be protected at all, but it should be maybe revisited given the ambition we are having. Okay, consumer information is issue-driven. We have had a palm oil issue for some years ago. And what was introduced, a labeling obligation that you have to give the name of the plant species from which the oil was derived on the label. But for animal fat, you can just say animal fat. So whether it's from pigs or sheep or cows, doesn't matter. Yes. So this is what I mean by single issue driven. Yeah, they wanted to resolve the palm oil issue. They didn't think about the rest. And yeah, so consumer information is also something. Nutrition labeling is not well understood. Consumers have difficulties with the minimum durability. Origin labeling, there's a disconnect between the new rules of the food information regulation with the and the EU customs code and what the consumer understanding is of the country of origin. So if you use, if you produce mushrooms in Belgium or the Netherlands and bring them to Germany one day before the harvest and harvest them in Germany, origin of the mushroom is Germany as per the customs code. Because the customs code only cares about money, which tariff should be applied, which rate, not about what the consumer thinks. And that leads to disconnect. So what could we do? We could revive this, I thought, very nice concept of substantial equivalence that used to be in the novel foods regulation in the past, which says if a new product is substantially equivalent to an already existing product, then there is no need to get it authorized. Yeah, and there will be a notification, and then it will be assessed. And if there's no, say, additional safety risk or something, then it will be allowed to market that. Then simplify the rules for the redistribution of food. So this is food waste, a bit like the Italian concept. And the regulatory environment for innovation and alternative products should be revisited as well to promote sustainable production. Yeah, next one. Reactivate local supply chain. So go for food mileage rather than country of origin, because that doesn't give you very much. Also not with regard to quality. That was shown by the European Court again with the Lactalis decision in France, where they said just that it may have been transported 100 kilometers further doesn't make it a quality criteria in itself. And so, and not all French milk is better than Belgian milk in general. Yeah, less is more principle for labeling, simplify food labels, more signposting, more basic information, easily accessible information. The rest you can use a QR code and put it somewhere as a reference where people can look it up in detail if they're interested. But with all this information on packaging, people will just be already overwhelmed. And include the agriculture sector in carbon pricing. That will be a very nice incentive to become more organic and to limit the emissions. This is all at the regulator's discretion, not quite. We have European climate law, 2021/1119, which sets the scene, basically sets out the target, but it's of course a very generic overall target. It's not directly addressed to the agricultural sector, but it's at least a target. And then the next one, if you think, okay, yeah, not sure.
It's a nice tweet.
Yeah, it's a nice tweet from the European Commission. Exactly, this is what they all are going to plan. This is farm to fork, of course, is one of the areas of agricultural activities. Farm to fork, not to be confused with the farm to fork strategy on food safety. I'm not sure why they named it the same as the food safety strategy, because it's just they didn't come up with a better idea probably. Okay. This is the Food Waste Directive, which is about reduction of food waste, and there's an obligation to take measures and reduce the generation of food waste and encourage food donation and other redistribution. That's an active obligation, and that's going to be enforced by the European Commission. If member states are doing nothing, it's quite remarkable that in the Waste Directive and not somewhere in the food area, shows already who has an interest in it so far, has had an interest in it so far. So we have to, I think, generate more interest also in the food sector itself. Okay, conclusions, farm to fork strategy and CAP, organic farming. That is all a collection of activities that should contribute to the SDGs, of course. So, but it's unclear what the expected measurable contributions of the agri-food sector should be. So there's no clarity what the percentage for this 2050 goal should be. And agri-food law is still dominated by the paradigms of the 20th century. So focus on absolute food safety, zero risk in food safety, informed choice, promotion of agricultural output. And we have not shifted that yet. So there was just a first try. More worrying is that there are no coherent plans how to do this. It's you see this long list of individual activities. So I guess every unit in the European Commission, the Director General, DG Agri and DG Sanko have got a task. Just give us some numbers what we're going to do about sustainability, and that's exactly how it reads. So it's a collection of a lot of ideas, but there's nobody having a master plan, so to speak. How do we achieve that? And at the same time, we're rejecting new technologies that may be solutions to some of our problems. And so we will need a complete overhaul of the agri-food law and this holistic perspective if we really want to achieve this objective. Yeah, that's some food for thought. Thank you very much for your listening. And if there are any short questions, then I'm of course very welcome to answer them. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Professor Holle. We will have time for Q&A at the end of the third intervention. Thank you for the detailed overview of what lies ahead in Europe. You were very critical, but you also provided solutions as to how to solve the problems. Thank you very much. And we go ahead with the second intervention, which will be given by Professor Eyal Ross. He teaches international and constitutional law in the Faculty of Law at the University of Tel Aviv in Israel. He's also a visiting professor in London. He has taught at Stellenbosch, at Harvard, at Columbia, University of Toronto, and he is very well connected with the European University Institute. Your intervention addresses rethinking food security, power and sovereignty lessons from Gaza, a different region in the world. Please take the floor.
Before starting, maybe we can fix the computer.
Yes, if you like.
Yes, so
please.
My presentation is.
I have your presentation.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, but we have this minor issue. So we can try.
I can just think while I something.
No, the problem is that
Not
for
that,
people at home.
Okay, it's not important that they listen. I say the introduction thing. So just say the thank you to Professor Ferrari for inviting me and for Julia who worked so hard on organizing everything and my visit and my trip. And so I really thank you because I appreciate it very much. And I will say to use the time until we started. Thank you, because I was working on food, but also on health. And a year, about 2 or 3 years ago, I said, okay, I worked on health so many years. Now I'm working only on the food. But then the COVID came, so it was very much in demand to work on health. So for 2.5 years, I only worked on health. So thank you for bringing me back to the food. Thanks to you, I said, okay, it's time to come back to that. And I would also say that I feel my paper is a bit in the middle between 2 papers on the EU, so it's not connected and stuck in the middle. So you have a break from the EU in the middle, and then you can go back to it. So this is what I can say until we start. Julia, you missed when I said thank you for organizing my trip so well and working so hard for it. Yeah, I said it, but you were just outside.
I apologize for the technical.
It's okay. It's always a problem that we depend on the technology so much, but we don't understand it.
Se puoi aspettare 2 minuti, facciamo partire la condivisione, vediamo se va tutto. Il problema è che se loro non possono usare il microfono.
Yes, but on cars, at least,
Sì,
someone
sì, quello
said
sì, ma
that
tra
if cars were computers,
allora.
all the time we get stuck, it will be the next progress. So he's thankfully that I will tell more.
Giulia,
Sì,
tu sai la tua password?
la mia password, sì.
Allora, prendila dal tuo, così partiamo. Dovremmo aver sistemato tutto.
La mia password del mio computer.
No one will steal Julia's account here.
Like when someone said, you be careful on Facebook, if you send a picture, Facebook can take it and use it. I said, if I'm interested in the pictures I send someone, they can take it. You know, what do I have? Sorry.
No. Oh. No, e non era backspace, infatti. Devo fare la chiocciola. Non sono abituata con...
Anche io prima ci ho messo un po'.
Allora, guarda che avere il Mac è disastroso.
Forse aveva un PC. Sì.
No.
Security.
No.
Aprire tutti YouTube. Scusa.
Ah, che complicazione. Looks like I'm robbing a bank. Continua. Oh.
Prima a casa non le vedevano.
Non le vedevano.
Perché allora abilita modifica, questo è il problema.
Ok.
Ok.
Dovremmo partire con la presentazione.
Shift F5.
Ah, no.
Okay. So now you have the updated title.
Ok.
The Observation for Security Education and Siege.
Lo stesso facciamo a mano.
Okay, the remote control is not working.
Maybe one step.
One thing at a time.
So we have to go to the status of the presentation. Shift F5 and then the remote will work. No? I'll try it.
Ok, I believe. Ok, condividi.
this one.
Now the remote should work if it's in this form.
Okay. No, now it's no.
Okay, good.
Yeah, oh, yeah, it's working
Good.
here.
Okay, let's start.
Oh, yeah.
No, non è la sua. Non è la sua. Questa ce l'ha. Ah. So,
So if the remote is working, I can have it and you don't have to do it for me.
sì, va bene.
Okay, it's the lights are on
It works only with the
The remote is not working?
right.
No, it's not.
With this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
But, okay,
Now
the-
at home is working.
Yeah.
It's better than before.
Okay.
By the end of today, we will have a perfect connection.
Okay. Shall I start?
Yes, please.
Okay, sure. So thank you again for the invitation. So, okay, so I'm going to start right away. So you can move to the next one. This is just a title. So, I think on the right, on the right. No, I think
On the left.
not here.
Left. Left.
Maybe this one normally.
It's a fake computer they gave us.
Oh. Okay.
Okay, sorry.
So
Only
we
this
turn-
one. This one. Only this.
Okay.
This.
Okay, so in recent years, we've seen renewed interest in the context of food security, in the context of violent conflicts, which is the topic I'm addressing today. And this is partly due to situations of starvation or food insecurity in the conflicts in Somalia, South Sudan, Nigeria, Yemen, but also due to a few legal developments in this area. So I will mention one of them. 2019, there was an amendment to the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court regarding the crime of starvation. The crime already existed before, but it was added now to also apply to non-international armed conflicts. Now, I know this is very boring stuff into international lawyers, but just to explain, for example, the war in Syria is not an international armed conflict. So the crime in Rome Statute before could not be applied to it. But now there's an amendment following what happened around the world that it will also apply to non-international armed conflicts. And this prohibits using starvation of civilians as a method of warfare. And next slide, please. No, we went to the beginning. Now, the second important development, and it was in 2018, the United Nations Security Council adopted a resolution about the issue of starvation in armed conflicts for the first time, talking about a link between armed conflict and food and conflict-induced food insecurity, and
Yeah.
and condemning the use of starvation of civilians as a method of warfare in a number of conflict situations and prohibited by international humanitarian law. Now, one of the significance of this is it will require now the Secretary General to do some reporting on the topic to the Security Council occasionally. So the issue is getting more attention, and there's quite a lot of new academic writing on the topic. I'm going to talk about a case that I've already written on this issue in 2015, before the recent renewed interest. So I'm taking advantage of the renewed interest to revisit the topic and critique some of the new discourse. So this is a map just to remind you, this is Israel. This is in 1967, Israel occupied the West Bank and Gaza. West Bank was controlled by Jordan until then, Gaza by Egypt. According to the United Nations decision, those West Bank and Gaza are supposed to form the territory of a Palestinian state in the two-state solution for Israel-Palestine, which unfortunately has not materialized today. Israel occupies the West Bank. In 2005, Israel decided to pull out its settlements and permanent military presence from Gaza in what is called a disengagement. And Israel's argument, it doesn't occupy Gaza anymore. Other people say it still occupies it outside from remotely from the external perimeter. And that's something I've written about quite a lot, but it's a temporary topic. But we have to understand this background. Israel ended the occupation in its argument, but it does actually conduct a naval blockade and you can say a siege or a closer. We can talk what exactly is the argument over Gaza. So very much, Gaza does have a land crossing with Egypt, but the airspace, waterways, and most of the land crossings are controlled by Israel, which effectively has, you can say, a siege, except for the passage to Egypt, which is often closed for other reasons. What is the status of food security in Gaza? This is 60% of households in Gaza are moderately or severely insecure. So it's a very huge number. You can see, and it has even grown in the last 2 years, deteriorated, but it was already bad before. You have here for the West Bank, but we focus on Gaza, where it's a bit the opposite, 40%, but in the West Bank still 40% of food is secure, but we are not talking about the West Bank. And if something is not clear, because I know it's a very complex political and legal situation, so if something is not clear, you can stop me in the middle if it's something not clear, okay? So Gaza, which is in a different situation, but both are part of the occupied Palestinian territory, huge amount of food insecurity, and it became expanded between 18 and 20, but it was already pretty bad before, okay? WFP, the World Food Program, talks about economic decline, destruction of infrastructure, poverty, poor dietary diversity. All of those create food insecurity and malnutrition. The poorly diversified diets, which are causing overlapping nutritional problems. Very low level of essential minerals and vitamins. COVID-19 made things worse due to the loss of income because of lockdowns, but also the higher cost of foodstuff. So that's part of the explanation for the growth in the last few years. Now, this is from the OCHA, which is the Office of Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs for the UN, and which try to explain the story. Now, again, this is a map of a more close-up map of Gaza. This is a sea. As you can see, there are areas that Israel doesn't allow to access both in the land and the sea. This has effect on access to some agricultural land, access to for fishing. Again, to give the reasons, Office of Coordination for Humanitarian Affairs for the UN talks about long-standing access restrictions imposed by the Israeli authorities, which undermine Gaza's economy, resulting in higher unemployment, food insecurity, aid dependence. And we are going to explain more of this, and I don't want to go everything here to read everything because I'm mindful of the time, but you can get the PowerPoint later and read more details, okay? Now, let's go back. As I said, in 2005, Israel takes out the permanent military presence and just Israeli settlements out of Gaza. It's all called the disengagement plan, which now Israel says, we don't control Gaza anymore. It's not our problem. But in 2007, it decides to impose a closure of Gaza. And this is restricting the passage of goods into Gaza, while Israel said it will take into account the humanitarian aspect and the intention to avoid the humanitarian crisis. So we are doing a closure. Now, the reasons for it are political and military combined. On one hand, Israel says we don't want weapons and missiles to enter Gaza or dual-use materials that can be used to build rockets because there were rocket shot into Israel. On the other hand, Israel wants to pressure the Palestinian population to get rid of the Hamas government, but also at that time there was an Israeli soldier which was kidnapped by Hamas, and Israel wants pressure that they will release him. So it used to for the form of pressure. And this clause still goes in, but we'll talk about the changes. Now, there were attempts by legal attempts by Gisha, an NGO that I'm on the board of, to discover what exactly is the policy, what are considered humanitarian goods that are allowed and what is not, because it was not really disclosed openly. Eventually, we discovered pretty much by incident that there was a very, very weird policy about what is considered humanitarian goods. Some foods were allowed through the siege and some not. A very arbitrary list. We never understood why coriander prohibited and hyssop allowed, why cardamom prohibited and cinnamon allowed, why pasta prohibited and rice allowed, and this was discovered when John Kerry, he was then Secretary of State, visited Israel and discovered it, and only after his pressure, pasta moved to the allowed list. Very arbitrary list of what foods are allowed and which is not. But also something about the amount. So only because of the Freedom of Information Act in the court, that's what I mentioned here as a petition, okay, to the Freedom of Information Act, we discovered there are some kind of formulas, how much trucks and how much food should be allowed. Don't try to understand it, I can't understand it. But some kind of calculation, how much food is needed for the population. Now, all this created quite a big scandal and noise. And we know that already then, like now, by the way, about 60% were insecure. 80% of Gaza household depend on handouts. Am I going too quickly? It's okay. Okay, okay. If something is too quick, tell me, because I know it's a lot of facts and soon a lot of law. Okay, but what are the reasons for the food insecurity? And this is a crucial point for me to emphasize, both under what we learned from the WFP and FAO and the research. High prices of food due to transportation costs and dependency on Israel, and low purchasing power due to the economic collapse. So when you are in a closure, in a siege, in a blockade, the economy, because you cannot export goods, you cannot sell goods, the economy collapses, and so people don't have the money to buy food. And this will be a crucial point for my paper, that the problem is not so much of supply, but of demand capacity. Okay? Now, 2010, there is a flotilla. The flotilla is a humanitarian effort. We will break the siege, we'll bring a boat, and we will bring supplies to Gaza. The Israeli army stopped the flotilla, 9 people on the boat, if I'm right, it was 9, get killed by the Israeli army. It's a huge scandal. And Israel, as sort of a compromise and to ease off some of the pressures, decides that after the flotilla, it will no longer restrict the entry of any foodstuff to Gaza. So you remember the list I had. Now all food is allowed. We don't restrict any type of food anymore. Now, there are 2 committees, a committee in Israel, Territorial Committee, and an international committee after the flotilla to look at the incident because it was a big embarrassment to Israel. And the Territorial Committee in Israel, headed by Supreme Court judge, it looks not only at the raid and what happened with the army killing the people, it also looks at the background of the closure. And it says, look, there is no hunger in Gaza. Starvation was not intended, and therefore the naval closure is not unlawful. It's legal. And why is this? The starvation was never intended, and the San Remo manual, which I'll talk about in a minute, which is the international law manual about siege, naval closure, and siege says it's prohibited to do it if the purpose is starvation. And it said the purpose is not starvation, and there are no starvation. There's no starvation in Gaza. And they said there are food restrictions which are worrying, but now it's redundant because the closure was eased, and now Israel allows all types of food. So I don't really have to look into it. The UN Parliament Committee by the UN reached a similar conclusion. But Israel always says the UN is against us. It's not true. It reached a similar conclusion saying that there is no starvation here. It doesn't violate its norms. Now, what are the norms? There are 2 relevant norms in international humanitarian. One is general about season closure. And this is an additional protocol to the Geneva Convention. And I'm not really going to go into all the details because time is short and it's very complicated. But basically, starvation of civilians as a method of warfare is prohibited. That's what we have now seen becoming a war crime in the ICC, okay? Now, there are other things which are, I can't go into all the details, but that's the main thing. We have other things, we cannot destroy property which is needed to use food, so there are other violations, but this is the main one for our purpose. And there's a lot of research in the last 3-4 years about this and how to interpret it in a more expensive way, but that's a benchmark. The same thing when you talk about naval warfare. San Remo manual said a naval blockade is prohibited if the sole purpose of starving the civilian population or denying it object essential food survival. So that's why the Territorial Parliament Commission can say very easily, supposedly, not really easy, starvation was not the purpose. So it doesn't violate the laws of war, both the regular laws of siege and the laws of naval blockade, specific one, San Remo manual. Now, I want to critique this from a few perspectives. First of all, I'm one of the writers who wrote quite a lot of, I think Gaza is still occupied to some extent. And the laws, and when you occupy territory, you have broader duties than just in warfare of ensuring the food and medical supplies of the population. Okay, this is from Geneva Convention. But beyond this, of course, we have the right to food, the human rights law. The state party to the right to food is adequate standard of living for himself and family, including adequate food. Not just freedom from hunger, but also, okay, so that's another thing. Now, what do we do with the right to food? We cannot cook it and eat it. We have to connect it to the notion of food security. We talked about physical, economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food to meet dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So part of my argument is that the recent focus in international humanitarian law and international criminal law on starvation misses a needed broader dimension that has to be supplemented from the concept of food security and from human rights law. in the context of Gaza, also from the law of occupation, unlike the law of siege. Now, Turkey and Palmer Commission both shifted the analysis from adequate standard of living or food, like in human rights law, food security concept, to the minimum, and from food insecurity to starvation, and said if starvation doesn't exist, that's not a problem for us. Beyond starvation, we need to address also something called hidden hunger, which is not only undernutrition, but malnutrition. What happens, and that's, we need to decolorize food security. Israel measured in this really complicated chart, I show you that there are enough calories given. Enough calories is not the only story. What are the calories? And that's decolorizing food security. So we have to, now also, third point, part of the reason there is no starvation in Gaza is that people are depending on aid agencies. Like UNRWA, the refugee for refugees, and WFP. So, and FAO. So that's not food security. We rely on aid, which tomorrow may disappear. We know that the general comment of the Committee of Social Economic Rights talk about the right of food being about availability, accessibility, adequacy, and sustainability. When we come to accessibility, problem in the context of Gaza and in many other places is not lack of food, but lack of buying power, lack of economic access to food. And here we can talk about sense theory, about that access to food is a matter of function of entitlement, not of food availability as such. Insufficient income and weakened purchasing power. So the problem is not so much that of import, that there's not enough food in Gaza. And that's why, by the way, the flotilla people with all the good humanitarian intention are diverting from the real problem. It's not that there's shortage of food anymore, definitely not anymore. It's a problem not of the supply, but of the demand power. The people cannot buy food because they are poor. So, for example, because they cannot export goods outside of Gaza, so they have no one to sell to. So, Gaza case, as I said, the main problem in lack of security is not shortage of food, but economic accessibility to food. No more restrictions. There are no more restrictions after the flotilla. After 2010, Israel lifted the restriction of type of food. Food security did not disappear. We saw it's still 60%. Now, when we talk about food security in a broad way, about adequate food, etc., we have to talk about the change of a diet as a result, not only the restriction of type of food that we used to have, but also the dependency on aid. So here is an example. What food aid is given? White flour instead of more nutritional grains like green wheat, frike, bulgur, barley, which is part of the traditional Mediterranean cuisine that the Palestinians would have. So it undermines food security both nutritionally and culturally, beyond the fact that you are dependent on aid. So that's 3 dimensions where you're food insecure. I mean, 4, you don't have the money to buy food, you're dependent on aid, which is not food security. You get food which is less nutritionist and less culturally adequate. So the restriction on type and amount of food are only one of number of factors in this story, and not the most important one affecting food security. And we can see it, as I said, as food insecurity continues today. The debate about whether there's starvation or not starvation, adopted by the legal committee that examined the case, and today is taking over so much of the international writing, is too restrictive. Dependence of aid, as I said, also undermines food security from a few perspectives. I want to bring a quote from Directive. UNRWA is a refugee relief agency for Palestinians that operates in Gaza, and the director said, here you don't see kids with blown up bellies. Here they are not starving, but if you do a little research on the medical side, you will find that there is a malnutrition and a very high prevalence of anemia, which has to do with the diet. Those who are keeping a very good household economy are eating, perhaps 1 meal a day. Many families are eating every 2 days, but nobody is starving. Everybody in the hungry, nobody is starving, which tells you the story of what we may miss with too restrictive a position. Lastly, I just want to say that we can also rethink and bring back the concept of food power, which was once considered in a narrow definition, manipulation of international food transfers, and to a large extent considered obsolete. And we should think about the use of food as a means of war for punishment, humiliation of civilian population beyond starvation. And I will skip this. And also, of course, the story of Gaza makes us, I think, rethink the concept of food sovereignty. Very much we talk about food sovereignty as our ability to produce our own food. But here we see that, I call it putting the sovereignty back in sovereignty. It's not just our ability to produce our own food, our ability as, in this case, for Palestinians to control their own food, but it's not only about production of food, it's thinking in a broader way about food. And here we have to think that to understand the story of food, we don't only have to think about food, because the story of food and how much you can eat in Gaza is not about not only about the restriction of the entry of food, it's generally about the continuing destructive effect of the blockade and the siege of the occupation, whatever name you give it, on the economy, on people's ability to access food, etc. So that's the story. I tried to do it as short as I could, and I don't know how long it took, but
it was splendid. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you
It was definitely within the time.
To ask a question when the time
Yes,
comes.
we will definitely have the opportunity to ask questions to you. Thank you for this international global overview and with the focus on Gaza. And I think you made it very clear, food law and health law, they are interconnected. Absolutely. And cannot be dealt with separately. Now we move on and we will have our third intervention given by Professor Paoli Borghi before we will have a break. He is a full professor in agri-food law at the University of Ferrara. He's the founder and member of the Italian Food Law Association. He's also a member of the Asociación Iberoamericana para el Derecho Alimentario. He has drafted, or was one of the drafters of the Code on Food Law, commissioned by the Italian Ministry of Productive Activities. He participated in the Treaty on Italian and European Food Law, which was published in 2021. He is not with us here in Pavia. I think he is in Ferrara. He will give his presentation remotely, and I hope the technique
Can you hear me?
work. And I give you the floor, Professor Borghi.
Thank you, President. Can you hear me correctly?
Yeah, we can hear you. You have to share your presentation.
No, I want to reassure you that I have no presentation. I have no slideshow, so we won't encounter any kind of technical problems if the connection continues working. Thank you. I will speak without any presentation today. Well, so many thanks to the organizers, to my dear colleague Giuseppe Franco Ferrari, to my dear colleague Lucia Scaffardi for inviting me in this very, very interesting Congress, very stimulating Congress, stimulating because of its of the topics we are dealing with, of course. And thanks to Giulia, Dottoressa Giulia Bay, for the kind organization. When we were preparing our connection, I had the occasion to see, although in a remote way, my dear friend Bernd van der Meulen from the Netherlands, and we were remembering that nearly 17 years ago, we were together in Rhoros in a commission of the annual convention and the annual colloquium of the Comité Européen des Droits Ruraux, talking about the right to adequate food. I still have the proceedings here in my shelf concerning this particular topic. And at that time, in 2005, in Rhoros, Norway, it seemed we were talking about the life on Mars, probably, since the brand new European Union food law had just born at that time. Now, this year, we are celebrating the 20 years of Regulation 178 of 2002, which had some way regrounded all the European food law. And for a couple of decades, at least, all food law scholars kept on dealing mainly with food safety and food quality topics. Of course, food controls, of course, all other topics linked to food safety and food quality, but food security didn't seem to be at stake, didn't seem to be one emergency, actually. It seemed that food security was a problem on its way solution and anyway interesting. Only some very far parts of the world, and it seemed not to be a problem for European Union. Today, it's an emergency for us too. Today, we are facing to an unexpected issue of food security. And so we must ask ourselves, which is the role of the European Union in facing this dramatic problem. So, talking as law scholars, in our quality of law scholars, we must start from the rules, from the legal rules, from the positive legal rules. And we have no doubt that, unlike the majority of the member states' constitutions, the right to food is expressly constitutionalized in the European Union law. Since the original text of the Treaty of Rome in 1958, Article 39 establishes among the objectives of the Common Agricultural Policy that it has to pursue the increasing of agricultural productivity by ensuring the rational development of agricultural production. And it aims to assure the availability of supplies. So increasing the agricultural productivity directly meant increasing the ability of the agricultural sector to effectively respond to the needs of those years. First of all, when European Community was born, Europe as a whole was a net importer of foods, of commodities, of raw materials, while the internal production wasn't able to meet the food demand of the early European Community population as such. But increasing the agricultural productivity, as it is written in the Treaty of Rome, directly meant also increasing the ability of the agricultural sector to effectively respond to the needs that were easily predictable for the following years, with a forecast of an imminent significant population growth and of a parallel increase also in food demand. Whereas ensuring the rational, and I will stress this adjective, rational development of agricultural production is a mood. It's a way of interpreting and implementing the above mentioned increase of productivity. Perhaps today we would prefer some other adjectives than rational. Maybe in 2022, we would rather say a sustainable development of agricultural production. But the basic concept anyway is that the economic development of the agricultural sector, which was desired, which was expected, had since then to be in line with the availability of economic and natural resources, and had also to be proportional with the market balance. It doesn't seem that the authors of the Treaty of Rome were thinking about the creation of a production surplus as a good thing. So the express provision contained in the Treaty of Rome, and today as well in the TFEU, the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, of the objective to assure the availability of supplies, sounds like a confirmation. The aims of the Common Agricultural Policy, the CAP, include a rational development and increase of the agricultural productivity, just because the European food system needed and still needs an adequate availability of food. And in the current era of the food industry, as a strategic sector of the overall economic system, also the industry needs availability of supplies of raw material, obviously. See, for example, the paragraph 2 of Article 39 of the treaty. In working out the Common Agricultural Policy, account shall be taken of the fact that in the member states, agriculture constitutes a sector closely linked with the economy as a whole. Still, it's not a matter of objective availability of food, not only a matter of objective availability of food. There is also a problem of subjective access to it. The International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights of 1966, which was the focus of our Congress in Roro's with the CDR in 1966, in 2005, sorry. At Article 11 reminds us that there is no food security without food accessibility, and that accessible necessarily means also affordable. That's the reason why we consider there's a European constitutionalization of the right to food, even in letter E of Article 39 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union and of the Treaty of Rome, stating that the CAP must ensure that supplies reach consumers at reasonable prices. The availability wouldn't be relevant at all without accessibility. But for sure, in the European Community founders' minds, there was a clear project of European institutions seriously committed in building a supranational food system able to grant food security, meaning availability plus accessibility, to all EU citizens and to all people, more generally, to all people living on the European territory. From this point of view, the wording of the Charter of Fundamental Rights of the European Union, not expressly mentioning the right to food, seems to be somewhat a step back, forcing the lawyers to deduct the right to food from other indirect legal provisions, such as the right to life and the right to the integrity of the person. So we cannot only consider the right to food as constitutionalized in some way by the Treaty of Rome. We must also take into account the privileged role of the agriculture in implementing such right, a role which seems to be absolutely central in the treaty structure. We could say that according to the views of the treaty's drafters, the food security can be granted to European people only or mainly by means on the CAP, on behalf of the CAP. This is the strategic lever, CAP is the strategic lever that allows European Union to be able to respond to food challenges. In an evolutionary and actualized perspective, such challenges can be represented, for example, that by the increase of the population and consequently of the food demand, which in Europe are mainly linked to immigration, actually, and predictably increasing due to climatic and hunger emergencies, but also by the structural modifications of productivity already generated by climate change. Other challenges can be represented both by hopefully conjunctural problems due to regional wars concentrated in areas usually strategic for some of the most important commodities, and by more structural changes, which seem to be the consequence of new economic equilibria, modified consumption habits, modified nutritional habits, causing brand new dynamics in the world's food demand evolution. In this extremely complex framework, what is the European Union doing? Better, what is it supposed to do? A question that directly involves the role played by the European Union in the current international context, where we can expect that also the geopolitical powers will tend to correspond more and more to the control on food resources, and that the real political sovereignty will tend to correspond more and more to the so-called food sovereignty. Professor Gross showed us a single but very relevant aspect of how of what geopolitical dimension can have the food security topic. In the last 3 decades, European Union has substantially given up its role in feeding the world. The roots of such an epochal change, after nearly 40 years, the first 40 years of coupled aids to farmers, are partly ethical, partly economic, and partly legal. At the ethical level, a growing awareness had spread about the fact that using the production surplus to feed international aids, and particularly food aids to less developed countries couldn't be considered as, in quotes, the solution to save less developed countries. Consolidating a situation where these countries permanently relied upon foreign support created and creates an increasing dependency of them on rich countries, discourages the development of self-sufficient agri-food system and the creation of autonomous production capability. At the economic level, analysts kept on warning that if on the one hand, Europe, formerly deficient, had rapidly turned into a surplus producing area by virtue of its strongly stimulative mechanisms of agricultural support, on the other hand, that costed too much. The main part of the EU annual budget was destined to fund various instruments of coupled domestic and external support. This had been for a long time a powerful incentive, both for short-term and for mid and long-term investments in the agricultural sector and in an optic and in a perspective of food security. But this resulted inter alia also in negative externalities. For example, a more intensive use of chemistry with serious negative environmental impact, not exactly what we would call today sustainable, especially in the 60s and in the 70s of the last century. This resulted in production surpluses, often resulting in turn in periodical prices falls or prices instability, thus in lowering average incomes of farmers. This caused the need to support those incomes by purchases of state or by protectionist tools, such as the notorious levies applied to commodities imports, or by financial exports, all measures acting as safety nets for farmers, but thus resulting in turn into further incentive to farmers, needing further support and further public expenses, literally a vicious circle. And finally, other negative externalities of the coupled supports to farms were an agricultural expense potentially out of control, and as a result, a series of competition distorting measures whose growth seemed to have no end. From a legal perspective, the external effects of such trade distorting measures, very commonly used indeed on a worldwide basis, particularly by the most important European trade partners, were in the spotlight between the 80s and the 90s of the last century, when Uruguay round deal makers led the negotiations with the aim of establishing the WTO and of bringing agriculture into GATT. This was the slogan. Shyly at first with the 1992 CAP reform, and in a full-blown way with the following reform of 2003, also known as the Fischler reform, the entire CAP of the European Union was revolutionized from the ground up. The whole system of agricultural support was rebuilt around the following two categorical imperatives, strictly connected with each other, of course. A, the total, the complete, and B, a new idea of agriculture almost completely market-oriented. Farmers had no more to be considered as food producers, but rather and merely as entrepreneurs, market players subject to market dynamics. This ultra-liberal vision, aiming at co-working together with a huge reduction of customs duties in the vision of the WTO negotiators, had the objective of creating a worldwide open market and gave the legal basis for the emerging phenomenon of the so-called globalization of markets. It seemed to meet almost perfectly the worries of European member states and of European institutions, fearing that the budget item destined to agricultural support could have become a sort of black hole, soaking an ever-increasing quota of the European budget, thus soaking an ever-increasing quota of the resources annually transferred by the EU countries to the European Union. They didn't seem to consider at all how dangerous was to entirely base the European agriculture support on totally decoupled premises, to tell farmers they would have been aided even if not producing at all, to send them out on the market to compete with bigger and better organized farmers and traders and processors of some important market players, for example, the United States, or to compete with other suppliers of commodities operating in countries where lower production costs are usually prevailing. Open competition, even for industrial products, is hard to face. For farmers, it's even harder because of the intrinsic weakness and fragility of the agricultural activity and of its social structure, at least in Europe, and because of its inherent exposure to climate and environmental risks. Furthermore, we should seriously doubt that it can be a strategic choice, especially when leading to very delicate dependencies among states. We could call them the intrinsic dangers of the globalization. There's no guarantee that the virtuous mechanism experienced during the long European integration process, the economic interdependence has acted as a decisive factor of political coexistence, can be simply recreated at the worldwide level. Recent news of what's happening just outside the European Union's borders seem to be a significant demonstration of it. The choices made by the CAP drafters from 2003 on, at least, although almost perfectly in line with the commitments made by signing the agreement on agriculture of the WTO, could have neglected some collateral effects. It is perhaps not by chance that other WTO members, commercial partners of the European Union, though substantially fulfilling their obligations, usually prefer to maintain some mitigations with regard to the total decoupling principle. Furthermore, notwithstanding the understandable worries for the rising cost of the agricultural support, European Union totally omitted giving the right weight to the fact that perhaps resources allocated to financing a great availability of strategic commodities have the effect of better granting food security, particularly when such a security cannot derive from the globalized context. They should have thought that such resources would have been money well spent, the grounds of a real and actual food and political sovereignty, but they didn't. And now the recent outbreak of war events involving two of the main world suppliers of cereals and oil seeds, as well as of energies, which are equally crucial for Europe and its economy, has occurred right after a huge financial effort necessary to revitalize European economies after the COVID-19 pandemic, has occurred right after an unprecedented debt exposure of European member countries and of the European Union itself, has occurred right after enormous difficulties of logistics. It has occurred a couple of months after the European Union had issued a very limited reform of its CAP of 2013. With its regulations of the end of 2021, the very principles and choices at the ground of its agriculture policy haven't been rethought, not even questioned. The decoupling, for one thing, still remains its basic inspiration. Finally, let's note that war has occurred right before the EU started the implementation of its new climate agenda by launching its farm to fork strategy, entirely based on the concept of extensification of agricultural production and on a more and more central role of the organic agriculture. I won't question, of course, the importance of the environmental and climatic objectives underlying these new plans and new choices. And I won't talk about the Green Deal since my dear friend Martin Holle has done much better than I could do. But I can't avoid thinking that while Europe is facing a dramatic shortage of commodity supply, with no less dramatic effects on prices of raw materials, all the way down to the prices of finished products, on inflation, on purchasing powers of EU citizens. First, the only way to face the problem of food self-sufficiency in at least a mid-term perspective would be rethinking, at least partly, the general approach on which the CAP is still based upon. Though being aware that a controlled increase of production when dealing with agriculture cannot be an immediate effect. Second, the only way of implementing the farm to fork strategy as it has been conceived so far, I mean assuring a central role to sustainable and climate-friendly production methods without affecting seriously the food security in the EU area, would be to route the resources of all the financial tools currently discussed in Brussels to research and development programs and investments. As to the first aspect, rethinking the general approach of the CAP, we know that notwithstanding a legal provision contained in Regulation 2115 of 2021, allowing a partial reintroduction of coupled aids for a long list of agricultural sectors, including cereals, oilseeds, protein crops, and so on, the European Commission has preferred to adopt only short-term measures. So far, the European Commission has opted to distribute so-called national envelopes to member states for a total amount of 500 million euros to be co-financed with national funds, to allow member states supporting the producers in the agricultural sector affected by market disturbance induced by the war in Ukraine, and finally, to allow member states to derogate from certain greening obligations only in 2022 for the moment, bring additional agricultural land into production with a resulting increase of 5% of cultivated arable lands for this year. And for the years to come, this is a crucial question, I think. As to the second aspect, the priority that should be given to innovation and the research and development investments, it should be noted that it's not only a matter of financial resources. What Europe would need in order to not to give it up its historical role and its own food sovereignty is a Copernican revolution in thinking the concept of agricultural innovation. Science and technology give us help in this mission. They can help us in positively upsetting the idea of agriculture itself, shifting from an outdated image of the farmers towards a highly technological sector, where possible losses of production due to the adoption of more sustainable agricultural techniques can be compensated and hopefully even overcome by a completely new approach to farming and to production of meat, giving space and life and a more friendly legal environment to the new frontiers of the applied life sciences. For example, precision agriculture, the so-called precision agriculture, which is significantly helped by our ever-increasing ability to analyze data and big data. For example, the new biotechnologies, radically and substantially different from the classical techniques which were based on transgenesis. For example, cell cultures, a promising new field in the battle for reducing environmental and climatic impact of food production. It's not so obvious in the European Union, since, paraphrasing the title of a famous novel by Cormac McCarthy and of a movie directed by Coen brothers, European Union sometimes seems to be no country for agri-food innovators. In summary, my friend Martin Holle has already stressed how some important topics of the European Union food legislation are somewhat outdated. He talked about, for example, the novel food the discipline, whose 2015 reform has eliminated any reference to the concept of substantial equivalence, and so has eliminated the fast track authorization for many new products. And furthermore, the definition of novel food itself is outdated, since it is still referred to 15 May 1997. But what was on the market on 14 May 1997, we cannot consider as new, as novel anymore, I think. He stressed how the definition of GM foods has to be considered outdated today in the light of the new breeding techniques. But I should add, for example, that the discipline of food enzymes in the European Union, and food enzymes are an extremely important innovation tool for food processing industry, is still incomplete after 14 years. In Europe, we still have a lack of discipline of the so-called coloring foods, food ingredients with secondary coloring properties, still committed to guidance notes, not easily accessible. More broadly, we still are experiencing a total lack of discipline of the technological phenomenon of the so-called functional ingredients, in which the category of the coloring food could be perhaps included. But these are only some significant examples of how European Union approaches the theme, the topic of innovation. And I am concluding, as my concluding remark, I would stress that also the European Commission, for example, is very worried about the current approach of the European institutions itself to the new genomic techniques. It expressed its worries in its study on the status of new genomic techniques under Union law of April 2021. Worries about the lack of definition, worried about the fact that as a consequence, most development in this sector is taking place outside Europe. Worries about the fact that this puts European Union operators at a competitive disadvantage with further negative consequences, and worries about the negative effects, particularly on small and medium-sized enterprises and small-scale operators. The road to a new food security vision in Europe seems therefore to pass by a partial recovery of the couple aids, and second, to pass by a whole new attitude towards the agri-food innovation. As to the partial recovery of the couple dates, obviously nobody wants to return to the system in force prior to 2003 CAP reform as such. But the idea could be to use them as a control lever of the agricultural productivity of the European Union, also investigating all the possibilities allowed by the Agreement on Agriculture of the WTO, whose green box seems not to be missing important references to food security of the WTO members as an exception to the couple approach. As to the whole new attitude I was talking about, attitude towards the agri-food innovation in the European Union area, this must not be limited to investments, but also this must also aim at creating a more innovation-friendly legal environment. These two key points seem to give the only really contemporary meaning to the concept of rational development of agricultural production we started from, and to the concept of optimum utilization of the factors of production mentioned by Article 39 of the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union. Thus, they could represent the only way to assure the availability and the accessibility of supplies and to ensure that supplies reach consumers at reasonable prices. On the other hand, if we continued with the current approach in this particular situation, we could face an open violation of EU's constitutionalized principle, which on the contrary oblige European Union institutions to protect and enhance food security. Food security for the European population and to some extent, even for the rest of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Borghi, for this very engaged presentation. You focused on the right to food security, which should be granted for all people living in the European territory. And you truly took an interdisciplinary approach and combined the legal perspective, the European perspective with the political and economic perspective. Thank you very much. Now we had 3 interventions. According to the time schedule, we are already in the second part of the first session, but we had not yet a coffee break, and we had not yet the possibility to ask a question or questions. I'm looking to Julia, what do you think about the further organization? Yes. Yes. Perfect. So, yes, we heard 2 experts in the field of European law, one in the field of international law, focus on a different region, 2 on European on European law. I'm wondering whether there are discrepancies between the European approach, the European regulations on the one side, and the international framework. Ideally, the European framework regulation should be in accordance with the international framework. Do you see any discrepancy, any problems? I would like to ask the 3 of you who would like to start. Is this something?
I didn't know enough about the, I mean, I learned today, but I don't know if EU law is of my expertise, so I heard today. So okay, EU experts, if I can start answering this.
Okay, possibly then Professor Holler.
Yeah, sorry for this people on the screen, bit on the off voice. I think, of course, we see different developments in different parts of the world. We have some joint standards like correct and tariffs, of course, and all other have subscribed most member states that subscribe PO, of course, most states in the world. So there's a common set of rules, but what we would see in one area is that they get more replaced by private standards in practice. So we have a lot of rules that are set between the parties of the contract. And in the past, that was mainly about food safety standards. Nowadays, retailers and people who try also to push consumer or elements that are considered relevant to consumers into those agreements, private standards. For example, some retailers just demand, well, I don't want the maximum level of pesticide, legal limit of pesticide residues guaranteed by half of that. Or they say, I want some sustainable product with those specifications. And that's, of course, showing also that there seems to be a movement in society that has consumer interest in some topics, and that the regulators, the active representatives, do not pick up those ideas. And so I think, and depending on that, so we have some co-legislation, co-regulation by the private sector in the meantime. And then, of course, different ideas also where food law should evolve, or where food business should evolve to, where the food sector should evolve to. So the US probably will be slightly different, though we see also there that organic is positive, so there is some increase in the market share. But on the other hand, now also the Ukraine war and the situation we face with self-sufficiency becomes a worry. You just mentioned was that aspect, which is key for not only for the European Union but also for other parts of the world, and so we see more conflicts about that. So we will have this globalization, or there were some countries that already prohibiting exports of certain agricultural commodities, like in India or Indonesia, so we keep it for ourselves somehow. That may increase. So the question is how will these international community handle this, and can you still handle it? Is that the local solution? And I think there will be very diverse solutions to that. So I'm not sure on safety we more or less can all agree to some fundamental safety standards, but if it comes to sustainability or where should food production have to move to perform, I think there will be very different approaches around the world to that. Just as two students from the Philippines in my lecture students, and I told about the new organics legislation in Europe, and that hydroponics, for example, is not prohibited for organics products, so no use of soil. So making soil an important element of organic production. That's of course, let's say, a very traditional view maybe, and they said, "Are you crazy? I mean, in Asia, probably 50–60%, we want to feed our whole population, we have to rely on hydroponics. There's no way. Of course, it's a prohibition in Europe, but it's not considered organic, for example. So you already see there are different, very different views on also new technologies that one should use and how it should be solving challenges that are about to come.
Thank you very much. Professor Borghi, do you want to add something to this?
Sorry, but it was for me it was impossible to hear even a single word of what Martin, Professor Holle said. I just could recognize his voice, but there is an echo, a reverb.
Okay, and then we have problem. I think we cannot repeat what
no. But as to your question, and please excuse me if I overlap some of the things that my colleague has already said, but I think that European Union has very little studied and deepened the mechanisms of WTO agreement on agriculture. I mean that if we read the last European regulation about common agricultural policy of the end of 2021, we can see that European legislator is constantly worried of its compliance of the common agricultural policy with the WTO commitments. Okay, but if we read with care, with attention, the agreement on agriculture, there are many safeguard clauses allowing extraordinary measures in the sense of not totally decoupled measures, not only for less developed countries or developing countries, but for all WTO members. There are some safeguard mechanisms that in cases like this, the one we are experiencing these months, could be used by European Union. But while, for example, United States, US Department of Agriculture of the United States have a task force, a very well broad and well organized task force committed to studying and to finding out the possibilities allowed by the Agreement on Agriculture. The European Union usually doesn't do the same. And the approach of the European legislator to the Agreement on Agriculture and to the WTO commitments always seems to be too simple, too superficial, in my personal point of view. I'm subject to critics, I know, but this is my view. And we should study WTO agreements and find out that cow aids can be a lever of economy and more specifically agricultural governance.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there any other question here, Alexandre? Very short and brief answers, please.
So very short. Very short. Thank you very much for the very interesting presentations. I have one very quick question to follow up on the charity. I wasn't sure to understand why a charity would need to comply with certain additional requirements when.
Sorry, if I can interrupt, maybe you should speak a little bit louder because I saw Professor Gordy's face.
Maybe in the just here. Okay. Hopefully I know. Okay. So the question is regarding to the first presentation regarding the charities. I wasn't sure. I will sum it up in one sentence. I expect that a charity will use food that has already basically, comply, or that where the one that produces or etc. has already complied with all these requirements. And I was just wondering, why would a charity have to redo something with that? That was the first one. The second was a general question. Just I'm thinking specifically from the experience I have, as you mentioned, in Nutri-Score. I know that this is a very contentious issue, and specifically in France, we talk a lot about it. And we had also private incentives, such as, there's this app, Yuka, which you can scan the products and get information on all of that. I was just wondering, why don't we have anything at the EU level in this regard? Is it really just a political issue, a lobbyist issue, or why don't we really have any such standard? And the third question is addressed to the second presentation. I was just wondering, I keep thinking of the situation right now in Ukraine, and I was wondering if this case study could be relevant or not to consider what is going on right now and how possibly there might be future impacts of the current situation in Ukraine with regards to a variety of foods. So yeah. Thank you.
3 questions in each 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, thank you very much, Alexander. Very good questions, both of them. So, yeah, first of all, charities. Yeah, why would they? Yeah, that's what I'm asking myself as well. It's a definition matter. So the definition basically says that a food business operator is somebody who works on a regular basis and is performing basically, is handling food basically on a regular basis with a certain basic level of organization. That's enough, no matter whether for profit or not for profit. And as you rightly say, they all went through basically these production cycles by a food business operator before, so there's no need why. And that's exactly the question, why? But of course, if you prepare, for example, a food bank, you're preparing a meal, yeah, you're producing a new food. And so the whole thing starts all over again. And that means you have to do the checks when you accept the food, of course, and then you have to meet the hygiene requirements, the temperature requirements, etc., allergen labeling and everything. And so that's of course the question with volunteers. How would you do that? And now with the new regulation in the annex, you also are required to establish a food safety culture, which is of course something which is addressed to businesses, yeah, and you should have continuous training, and you should imagine this with all the volunteers. It's just important, and you have to document it as well. So, so this is putting up more and more burdens, and that's why I think they have to get out of this definition of food business operator. If you just have a kind of one-off charity event, that would not be the case. Then you're not subject to this. Yeah. So if you do it once a year, you're fine. But also if you are donating food, there you have the traceability and everything. So it makes things very complicated for the people. And that's why it's not helping and why it's not working really in most countries, unless you get over this definition. Second point, information about with an app or electronically, yes, could be so simple. And that's what I thought also with this simplifying labeling, because why would you have all this information unpacked and in small print somewhere rather than somewhere nicely visible? That is, of course, is who provides the information, who stores it, who manages the data. Then you have all this data management system. I understood also, even in Germany, we have a federal system, and it's not easy to transfer just information from one stand to the federal government or the federal organization, for example, not only because of legal reasons, but for technical reasons, because the systems are not compatible. And that multiply this by all member states, and then you'll see this is an enormous task. To make a very simple and short question to your answer, because people are dealing with it who do not understand about technology.
Okay.
Who are not, yeah, they understand about food, but not about technology. And that's why we don't have it. You need somebody, maybe. So it's not political. There are a lot of questions around who owns the data, who should provide the data about origin. There are competition issues if you think about who's the supplier, for example, and these things. So that needs to be resolved. But with blockchain based and with a dedicated access, we could do a lot about that, because you would not give access to everyone to all the data, but selectively on a need to know basis, or if you do just a verification check, and that would already help. And I think there are some solutions, but yeah, I can only say we made a proposal to the European Commission, Horizon 2020. They wanted rather to ask consumers about their views rather than have a technical solution. So we will not get that one for now, but yeah, let's see. Okay.
Thank you. May I ask Professor Goss to
in the microphone,
share his views on the last question? If you come close to this, then also those who are
to come here. Okay.
Yes.
So I will just say it's a complicated story, because I was just looking at because you're asking to reread something I read about the Ukrainian food, about some ideas that were published. So it depends. For now, as I understand it, the problem is lack of export of actual food from Ukraine and from Russia, which creates those problems in the food security and etc. So it's actually really about the export of food. So it's directly about the food. What I was trying to show in the context of Gaza is actually it's not just a story of what food can be, in that case, imported into Gaza, but rather the impossible of general exports of Gaza from Gaza, not necessarily of food, that slow down the economy, and then people in Gaza itself can't access food, right? So it seems to be a different story. Here we are talking about the real effect worldwide because of lack of export of food. So it's a bit of a different story. Where we can see the similarity is in two places. One of them, if indeed the Russian policy toward Gaza, toward Ukraine, will cause such poverty and that we create food security among Ukrainians that cannot access food. And that could be part of the story. I think it's less talked about. So maybe it's something we should indeed pay more attention to, how the inability of Ukraine to export food affects not only that people all over the globe have less access to food, but people in Ukraine, it's not just that they have less food, they can't make a living, and then they cannot buy food, even if food is available. And that's beyond the question of whether the Russian policy will prevent entry of food into Ukraine or not. So I think that's a lesson to learn. Exactly, yes, absolutely. So that's one lesson. And the second lesson to learn is, again, we don't have to wait until we have starvation like in Somalia to understand there's a problem that affects people's food insecurity and health. And I think that's another lesson. That's a hidden hunger, right? Because people who starve, they look the part. You see waning, you see wasting. People who are food insecure, you don't see waning and wasting. They can look normal to you, but actually they're food insecure.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Very briefly on this one, very briefly. So there is no protection of third parties who suffer from a conflict, a food shortage as a result of a conflict, because that would be the interesting point here, I guess, because it's a third party issue.
Absolutely. Well, that's a very interesting point, protection of third party. It's true. I mean, so at least the war, look, I think the laws of that was part of, I was trying to say, the laws of armed conflict and of war in the international criminal law, which follows from them, is very restrictive. Talk about having to show starvation as a goal. The Sanremo manual is even worse. It says as a sole goal of the siege. So they are way too restrictive. I do think you can take better protection generally from human rights, especially interpret human rights in the light of the principle of food security. And I think that these two are really, you have to interpret one in light of the other. And then you can start thinking, because we have ideas of extraterritorial obligation to human rights, but I think it has to be developed definitely to see the respectability for third parties. And I think the law of war and the international criminal law on this is way too restrictive and cannot encompass how you can use food as a weapon in war, not just in the direct way of which the law covers, which would be mostly causing starvation or directly bombing or attacking agricultural land of food. That can also be covered. But beyond that, the law is very poor on that, and we have to develop it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. End of the first part of the first session. We now take a break until a short break.
To you. Do we have a short break?
I think we take a short break and we start
In 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
in 10 minutes. That is exactly at 11:53.
Yep.
And then we will have this second part. Thank you very much for the interventions, the presentations, and also I think the short discussion revealed some additional information and gave us food for thought. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. I will keep on staying connected by Zoom. I turn off my camera. Thank you. Bye.
So we are now disconnected. Oh, that's good, that's good.
Assolutamente. Sì, lasciate, if you want to keep your luggage bags wherever here, it's fine. I'm staying here, so if you want to leave, yeah, I'm staying here. Yeah, you can leave your bags wherever here, no problem, I'm staying here.
Mi conservi sti cosi?
What?
Me li conservi?
Sì. Sì. Sì, grazie. Francesco, tu per caso hai una presentazione? No? Perfetto, grazie. Ok.
Ci sono diverse cose sulla mia chiavetta, però c'è una presentazione, la trovo.
Va bene, grazie.
Grazie a te.
Tutto a posto? Questi gradini sono belli ma poco funzionali. Ok. What?
Where did they all go?
I believe they went with, I guess they went to the other, to the bar where we had the coffee this morning.
Oh, okay, I see.
I called Damiano a
Oh,
second.
no, it's not. I'm fine. I
Okay.
stay here. I have the water.
I think, or if you need more water, I believe we have plenty of bottles And okay, the first speaker is Francesco
Yes,
Caccini,
yes.
but I have already
Uploaded
opened,
his,
the
novel food and
yeah.
sustainability feeding the future.
And I guess this is Professor
That is
Oles-
Lucia.
Lucia Scappardi, yes.
Okay. She is from University. No, she is from.
Yes, Università di
Parma.
Parma. Yeah.
Perfect. Well, it's more easy if you have the hybrid format to use the PowerPoint, because
No, it's
Word
it's becoming easier as we go, easier and easier. And I guess we can share the no, not here, but condividi schermo. Okay. Okay, so we have. Let's try.
But the first is.
The first one is Francesco. Yes, he
He
doesn't
has
have.
it. He does not.
No.
Okay.
So I am moving forward for the next speaker. But yes, I believe it should be okay. It should be working. Let's check.
How many people are on?
I don't know how to check it. Oh, well. Damiano knows how to do it also because we have the people connected to the streaming on YouTube. So let's check if it's working. Okay, fine. For the next presentation is interrupted. Okay, and okay. Okay. And okay. We'll change this. Okay. Okay, since Professor van der Meulen sent me his PowerPoint, I may download it here.
Oh. Da alles gekauft.
Sicher. Kein Cola-Fan, oder? Ich glaube nicht, ja, das habe ich mir irgendwie gedacht. War mir klar.
Yeah, no,
I thought they were.
Wie viele das mit der Ukraine wollte ich auch alle fragen. Das war gut.
Ich habe gerade eben mit ihm noch gesprochen ein bisschen, weil ich habe gestern einen sehr interessanten Artikel über Holodomor gelesen. Holodomor ist diese Attacke, also nicht Attacke, sondern dieses organisierte Ding von Stalin, diese Politik, die Ukraine zu, wie sagt man das auf Deutsch? To starve. Zu hungern zu lassen. Hungern zu lassen.
Verhungern.
Verhungern, genau. Und der hatte dann eine ganze Politik aufgestellt und alles organisiert, damit er wirklich Hunger.
Nee, aushungern.
Aushungern,
Ne?
ja.
Und dann,
5 Millionen.
Ja, nee, das ist,
und das war vor 100 Jahren. Und anscheinend ist das jetzt eine der größten Probleme für die Ukraine.
Ja.
In der Nähe jetzt der Region, weil natürlich alles.
Und nur von Getreide kann man auch nicht leben.
Kann man auch nicht. Aber das ist ja, und das ist dann das Problem, because all the grains and everything that they're taking in.
I understand a little bit of German, so I sort of understood what you were talking about.
So shall we switch back or shall we prefer English? English.
I will answer in English, but
okay.
No, I was just thinking about that. Actually, I see a pattern repeating in Russia, starving Ukrainian.
Yes.
But that's exactly, and not the outside. I mean, obviously there's the outside scenario, the one he mentioned, but I agree, this is totally different because, I mean, this would not have anything to do with Russia as an occupying power in whatever African country, because I think Africa is really the continent that would suffer the most from, from what I read.
Yeah.
But that's obviously a different scenario.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. It's crazy.
It's paradoxical in a sense because really it's the place where corn grows in Europe, and how is it possible to make that country in particular start? It's not even a siege because again you can, I don't know, if you block, I don't know, let's say for Italy, if you block all the ports and you block the border with the Alps, then of course if Italy does not produce enough food for, I mean, we can start eating rice forever, but still I don't believe we produce enough food for, but Ukraine
is the provider.
Yeah, if Italy is under siege, well, you don't have much food for a long time. Also, I didn't want to take time during the session, but
now I feel bad because I have 3 questions.
No, it's just that I think I will ask a lot of questions, also not regarding the presentation to Professor Gross, regarding our state actors, because they are out of mind. So, I mean, you can't really, the ICC, I mean, can intervene in that case, but the rules of occupation, it's tricky.
Wait, you're talking about the Gaza situation, or are you talking now?
No, but the other cases he mentioned in his presentation, it's quite complicated to find that to respect and again, ICC can intervene, but it's always
we are in the stream. Can you see that?
No, because I'm only logging out. I cannot see them anymore. I saw that there were questions. Yeah, I think you can only see it at the moment. So I think people also have to connect to that.
I don't know how to do that.
At the end, when you close it, you should also get a report. Or when you close the live stream, you get a report. It's very interesting. I realized that when I read the program the first time, that most of these issues I had never discussed at law school in my degrees.
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's far away topic.
And it's
Of
really
legal,
problematic.
far away of legal education.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I also feel like I'm really.
I think food law is something, yeah.
For me, it's very important.
I'm thinking of possibilities to include that in our international program, food law.
It would be really
Would be, yes, I think a lot of people would be interested to do that. I will talk with.
But yeah, and I think it's probably also one of the fields where you need pluridisciplinary approaches.
Absolutely.
To understand the dynamics,
Absolutely.
to understand the trade, to understand
Mhm.
what we're talking about, because if you don't have basic understanding of how the food is processed and what is needed, you're lost.
Absolutely.
For
A
instance,
very complicated scheme, the European approach. But yeah, it's giving incentives to consider also, we had one session in the Academy on agricultural law. Agrarian law, okay. And there we had Professor Grossman, do you remember, from the United States? She was in that field, and there it belongs in that area that we should. What topic will be addressed in our?
Before I forget, my very stupid question to you. What is the official name of Malta? Is it Alexander or Alexander? Because outside is within.
No, yeah, but that is on these names here are written Latin. There it says Alexander Volta, the prince of the electrical everything, who really thought about the strength of the lighting, and Emulo, interpreter of the nature, and he tried to emulate this. But it's written in Latin, that's why my translation is
No, is it? But so the Italian is with an I.
It's
because outside the plate says Alexandri.
No, it's that's Latin for to Alexander Volta. Because it is like German. But his name was Alessandro. A-L-E-S-S.
To answer your question, because it's a double title, it's climate change impact on agrarian law, legal aspects of food security.
Of food security, okay, okay.
But there's still the climate change.
Also
that's why I wasn't
included.
sure that it's with Monica Kroll. So, and that is also one topic where it's very difficult to find a rapporteur.
Yes. Yes.
So yeah.
But here there are.
No. I mean, she has also.
Yeah.
But even to find a general rapporteur this is one of the topics where it was really difficult to try to find. The other one was drones.
Yeah. Well, it is 12:01.
German time.
German time, Dutch time, French time. So where are they?
They're coming back with 8 cents.
So what time do you need to do at 5?
At 5, yes.
But by 5 we should done that.
Yeah, and actually, if you really tell the speakers to talk for around 20 minutes, then we can.
Yeah, but they have PowerPoints which are.
The PowerPoint, professor.
Yes, but they say I have 33 slides and I speak for each slide 1 minute. So that is what they how they informed me.
With Diego, we decided that we will make a special presentation to show how it will be the logistics for what's
Okay. So you are the first. Yes, perfect.
Also with the screens.
Huh?
And we will record this. This room is really good.
Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I'm Jessica from Gaza University.
Yes. Wonderful.
Yeah, thank you for your work.
You traveled a lot to come to this place?
No, it's not. I'm not so far, but I have a lot of works for my university in this period. Yeah, because there are some work that we must done now for our department. And so I am an expert of research of our area in University of Parma. Yes. And the president of the committee of research in Parma.
Okay, so very busy.
Yes, exactly. Not very, yeah, because we are now into this period of, you know, what is the Department di Eccellenza is it? It's something that in Italy, the Ministry of Research asked us to give a paper really big for our department researchers to understand if we can be department of excellence or not.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. We have the same. We have the same in Germany. The excellence strategy, and some in previous years, some universities already were selected, and now there's a second round.
Yeah.
In next year, and they're all preparing to achieve this status of excellent university.
And this is my work.
Oh, okay.
Because we are selected.
Okay.
Yeah, I will think
We're working on
September.
Yeah.
So
it's very, very busy. I can imagine. No.
For this week.
Maybe we can start.
We can start. Francisco is here.
Can I
And
right?
Okay. Yeah,
And,
I've already.
can
Yeah,
you
I've inserted it and we just.
go to here? There. No?
It's the.
Just here, this one, that you open this, so that you see each other. This is, yeah.
Okay, no, I just wanted to reopen the presentation. Okay,
Oh,
it's
okay,
here.
this one. Oh,
Yeah,
yes, I
it's
see.
here for your presentation.
Yes, but
It's
we
already.
will do.
Okay.
I will click on it.
Okay,
Yes,
perfect.
yes, yes.
Great. Okay,
Wonderful.
then we can start again.
25 minutes?
Yeah, even less.
Okay.
Perfect.
even less.
That would be
Okay, perfect. Thank you. You give me the sign that we start, or are we already online?
We are already online, yeah.
We are already online. Welcome back from the little break. We are now in the second part of the first session, and we welcome Francesco Caccini. He's a lecturer at the law group in Wageningen in the Netherlands. And he has obtained his PhD from the University of Milano. He had spent some research time at Leiden University, at the International Academy, or the Academy of International Law in The Hague. And he is an expert in international food law, international organization, sustainability, trade law, WTO. So your presentation addresses the law of cheap food, and we are looking forward to your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for your nice presentation, first of all. And I'm also glad to thank all of the organizer for being here. Yeah, as you just said, this is a nice and interesting title for my presentation. So I'm also need to say thank to the organizer, because it's also challenging and interesting to try to provide a presentation around this idea of cheap food, and in particular, what is the law around cheap food. And what I'm trying to do today is, first of all, to present you what were my initial thoughts about this idea, so how I try to tackle this topic. And then I will, first of all, frame how the European Union evolves through the time in order to regulate certain issues that at the end also entails price, and so also relate to this idea of cheap food. And then I will try to connect all of these debates with something very relevant today. So the Country for Strategy, which at the end was already tackled by the presentation that we had this morning, in particular by Professor Holle. And I also saw many connections also in relation to the two other presentations about food security, in general, also in relation to the European Union. Now, this idea of cheap food, of course, is something that we deal in everyday life. So it's something that, as a consumer, it's something that it's used to everybody. And of course, and particularly for this presentation, of course, it's relevant for European Union consumers. So in relation to this idea of cheap food, cheap is something that is exactly the opposite of quality. And so this is where I start my thinking and my idea to develop this speech about cheap food. So the notion of food quality is also something developed through the time. First of all, and again, I'm referring particularly to the European Union framework, quality was considered as something that has not adulteration. So basically something that has not certain negative aspects. Then this evolution changed to the time, and then we have this idea of quality that should also present some qualitative elements. Any particular elements can be measured on an objective way. So like organoleptic elements. But then the idea evolved again. And so we also link this idea of food quality on the basis of objective elements together with more subjective ideas, like ideas on consumer. Okay, for me, this is of quality because it comes from this area, because it respects animal welfare requirements. So this idea, it's really rests on a complex and multidimensional framework. So of course, in the European Union, we also have rules about food quality, but it's really highlighted the main focus, which is still the case of the European Union framework, but it's mostly about food safety. So compared to the normal set of rules that we have about food safety, rules about food quality are more limited. So for example, we have European Union marketing standards. Okay, if you want to produce your apple, you should do it by consuming these colors and this size. We have also two main systems of certification for quality. The one is organic, that was already mentioned this morning. And the second system for food quality certification is merely geographic indication, so PDOs and PCI, so prosciutto di Parma, champagne, all of this very niche products that at the end present certain qualities on the basis of the method and on the basis that they come from a specific area. Now, what I want to argue is that, this idea of food quality is quite vague. We also have just certain limit rules about food quality within the European Union. And what I also want to anticipate is that even the Country for Strategy is not really changing something about our idea, our understanding, and even the definition that we don't have about food quality. So within this very broad transition towards sustainability, which is at the very core of the Country for Strategy, there are no real changes about, okay, this is our understanding, this is how we want to evolve our rules about food quality. So starting from that, I decided, okay, but what are the main implications for this quality and this idea of cheap? And of course, the main connection that I found it's about the economic implications. So of course, when we discuss about something cheap, it's not just about the poor quality of the product, it's also related, of course, the cost of the product itself. And this is the main pathway that I will follow today. But during my initial thoughts, I also think about other ideas. So for example, cheap food is also related to food subsidy. So for example, in India, there is this massive strategy of subsidies for poor people that is called cheap food. So it's also about the quantity of food that should be provided to certain, especially category of population. At the same time, we can also argue in a quite rhetorical way that we will have cheap food if we have cheap policies and regulation. So if they are poorly or bad written, of course, this will also have some implication about the real content of the food that we have. So these are my initial thoughts, and then I want to focus again on the evolution of the European Union rules that may impact on this idea of cheap food, and then focus on a very specific aspect which is quite particularly related to the Farm to Fork strategy itself. So first of all, what I want to argue is that there is no law about cheap food. So this is the case for the European Union, but also for other countries. However, what we have in the European Union is, again, a massive system of rules, again, already mentioned this morning, that, of course, have an effect on price. So this is the first and initial relation between rules on food and this idea of cheap food. And the starting point, again, is more than to food to the agricultural sector, so it's related to the common agricultural policy. So in the common agricultural policy, what we did at the very beginning to combat starvation of the European population, we put in place a system for producing more food. And one of the tools that were used to produce more food, so to stimulate production, was to provide high food prices. And in the end, these high food prices to stimulate production were paid by consumers. So the initial system in place was, okay, we want to produce more, and we want to do so by influencing the final price on the basis of price for consumers. But then, and I'm keeping this very shortly and simply, we change the measures and the way and the reasons why we are paying farmers in the European Union. So now, more than having measures that directly influence the price of food products, we then have direct payments for consumers. So two taxes we are paying farmers, and also for different reasons. So also in the circumstance when they don't even produce just because they take care of the landscape and of other things. So at the end of the day, we can say that the common agricultural policy, of course, as part of a liberal market, as part of the internal market of the European Union, create a sort of target price that can be considered as a sort of ceiling, but also as a sort of intervention price that was the floor. And so this was the main tool that was used, especially at the very beginning, in order to influence the price of food products. But what we have now, especially through the Farm to Fork strategy, is that we are going to require more and more rules. Again, most of them were already presented by Professor Holle, asking new requirements for European Union producers, and in particular also to farmers. So what I'm trying also to argue and to ask, okay, but are all of these externalities at the end covered by the price that the consumer pays? And also, in a very more critical way, I'm also trying to argue if at the end of the day, the European consumer have the right to cheap food, even if this can be harmful for their health. So if the idea is that, okay, we're moving through a sustainable system, which will also bring consumers to more healthy diets, at the end of the day, also have European consumer the possibility to continue to consume cheap food, or this is out of the strategy, out of the direction that we are trying to achieve through the Green Deal more generally, and more particularly to the Farm to Fork strategy. And here I want to put a focus on today's presentation about one of the cheap aspects of the current system of food production that we have in the European Union, which is the use of cheap commodities. So while it's true that we have a lot of measures about food safety, while it's true that we also have many measures about food quality, the current system of production within the European Union is also functioning because we continue to rely on cheap imported commodities from third countries, from outside of the European Union. And this is particularly true for products like soya or like grains or coffee or cocoa. And of course, we are taking these commodities and then of course we use them as a part of complex and long supply chain. And of course, then we have a different high prices for European Union consumer. We also rely a lot on cheap fertilizer for agriculture. And so at the end of the day, these cheap inputs are essential for the current model that we have in place. But then if you want to tighten up the current rules, so introducing more requirements in this sustainability direction, how it is possible that we will continue to rely on these cheap inputs. And this is particularly true for a very specific aspect that has been defined as mirror clause. Now I will go more into what we mean by mirror clause. But the very basic idea is that the European Union, and especially through the recent presidency of the EU Council by France, is trying to basically ask to third countries to respect the same requirements that we have in the European Union, not just for food safety, but even about deforestation, about sustainability, about fairness of labor condition, also for all of these cheap commodities that we are introducing within our internal market. And so the idea is that we will continue to accept these cheap commodities, or we are really trying to set a playing field in order to ask to also third countries to respect all of these rules. So again, this race about especially environmental protection, but even other areas of sustainability has been paved by the Green Deal. And of course, all of these requirements, they have a lot of effects on the competitiveness of EU production. And as well as, of course, for the international trade of food and agricultural products. Now, this idea of requiring higher standards is not something new to EU policymaker, but this specific focus again, and this priority was given by the French presidents of the EU Council of Ministers at the beginning of this year. Then the discussion also changed a bit on the basis of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, because they also tried to argue, okay, maybe we need to go back to the main priority of food security and maybe just not focus that much on all of these requirements. But the idea is still there. And so the fact that we want to require to third country exporters to comply with all of these requirements, of course, is also a matter to protect the competition of European Union producers and farmers in the field. So of course, if we want to impose this level of playing field, EU will ask to others to comply with certain rules, with certain standards. And so, of course, this will also mean costs also for competitors outside the European Union. So you will try also to balance the different requirements that we face in different regions of the world. But there are also other reasons for asking this. So one, of course, is to try to raise the level of sustainability globally, not just for European Union producers, but it's also to say, okay, if I'm an European Union consumer and I want to rely on these standards, I don't want that other countries will not respect, and so that will pay the cost for this transition at the end. So, of course, what we also need to ask ourselves is about, okay, but who will bears the cost of mirror clauses? So this is something that, again, European Union consumers will pay as a sort of an extra cost for their own food products, or this is something that we will also paid directly by producer outside of the European Union. So when I refer to mirror clauses and different requirements towards the sustainability transition, I'm referring to a very broad and different set of rules. And now I want to mention some of them in order to give you a more concrete idea, but also comprehensive idea about what can be these rules about. So this can be about climate change. This can be, for example, about animal welfare, but this can also be about very specific food safety requirements. And the majority of these rules are, of course, part of this farm to fork strategy. So it's something that we are developing at the moment. It's something that it's quite in the process. And so for some of these rules, we just have proposal. For some of them, we just have them mentioned in the strategy set, which is just a communication. While for others, we have more advances and draft version of what they should look like. So the first one that I want to mention is the EU Voluntary Code of Conduct on Responsible Food Business and Marketing Practices. So this is a quite recent instrument, and to be also quite new for the food sector, that entered into force 1 year ago in July 2021. So the basic idea here is to ask to especially the most important and big companies that we have in the European Union to comply with certain corporate social responsibility standard. But in this case, this is mostly on a voluntary basis. So the idea is that they are trying to introduce these set of rules that mostly look at the social aspects of sustainability in order to set certain targets and then respect them in their operation. So coming back to our main focus to this idea of cheap commodities, this can also mean try to transform the commodity supply chain in order to not contribute to deforestation or to further degradation or destruction of the natural habitat, but at the same time also improve, for example, the situation of employees. So again, it's looking at very different aspects. Another regulation that I want to mention that is not so directly related to the farm to fork strategy or to the food sector is the regulation on deforestation-free supply chain, where we have a proposal at the end of the last year. But we also have a very recent measure that especially people from business and human rights are of course aware of this, which is the Corporate Sustainable Due Diligence Directive, which is a very crucial and new step for the recognition of human rights in the business sector, in this case through the adoption of a directive, so by the use of a binding instrument. So the idea here is that, okay, all of these rules and many others will be asked to be respected also for producers, for farmers that are producing outside the European Union, but that decide to enter within the market. And so basically the mirror clausing is ask you to respect certain reciprocity of trading standards. So the rules that apply for my home producer, I will ask you to respect exactly the same. And of course, by doing so, the European Commission is also aware of the fact that requiring all of these rules for all of the players of the world will also have an impact on competition at the global level. So the European Union is also trying to see which type of strategy and measures can be used in order to support European Union farmers and producers, since of course this transition towards sustainability has certain costs. And of course, we should not expect that all of the costs will be covered by European Union consumer. So, of course, we are used to have different standards, different requirements in the world, while of course there are certain measures for harmonizing to some extent the WTO agreements, while not really in the area of sustainability. The Codex Alimentarius Commission that was mentioned before, that is basically the most important international accord for the harmonization of food rules. So in order to protect the consumer, but also facilitate trade, which has different focus. Safety is still at the core, but there are also, and even here, some transition towards other areas, and so also through sustainability. Now, there are already been in place some studies that are arguing about the cost of this transition for farmers and producers. And so while all of the studies by economists, lawyers, mathematicians, what they want to argue about this transition to the Green Deal, generally, but also to the farm-to-fork strategy, is that especially for the food and agricultural sector, the final result will be a reduction in terms of inputs. So we will improve the quality, or we hope to do so. We will improve the respect of certain requirements. But of course, this will also have costs, and also costs for production. And so, for example, if we want to have more lands cultivated through organic agriculture, of course, this also means that we will also not be capable to produce as much as we're used to through conventional agriculture. And the same is for other categories of product or techniques like pesticides or similar kind of things. At the end of the day, what I want to look into is, okay, but what is at the end of the day the strategy of the farm-to-fork in relation to cheap food, not just for this introduction of cheap commodities, but also about the price of products that we're going to produce within the European Union towards this transition. So if we look at the strategy itself, we have like two main areas to look into. The one is, of course, the strategy itself as a sort of policy outline, defining the communication, and the other is the annex with the list of the legal action proposed, which are 27. But if we, and so this is mostly here in the annex where we can find concretely and try to grasp something about how all of this measures can influence on the cost of products. But if we also look at the name of the communication itself, which is a farm-to-fork strategy for a fair, healthy, and environmentally friendly food system. So what I want to say here is that if we look at the actions, while in theory, fairness, also prices should be one of the focus, if you look at the action of the communication, there are no specific measures about fairness, about relationship between producers and consumers and prices. So at the end of the day, the more economic dimension of sustainability within the strategy itself is not really tackled, and it's not really defined in a way to, okay, I will raise the standards, but at the same time, I will try to keep prices low, or at least I will also try to continue to facilitate the access to food for European Union consumers. So at the end, the more focus is about environmental transition. It's about trying to changing the diets. So even in this way, we can see the most important shift against cheap food, which is more about, okay, I will ask you to change your diets. I will ask you to consume more plant-based products through different measures. One of the most important was, again, mentioned before, which is the Nutri-Score labeling, and there is, again, a huge debate about this. And so it will be very challenging. And now here I want to focus on the economic dimension to really provide a higher level of sustainability for production. At the same time, continue to import these cheap commodities that we are seeing will probably have to respect certain requirements through the use of more processing. Also here we have a very huge challenge for the European Union to continue to rise the level of quality of sustainability, keep the price low, also in relation from certain inputs that we need from other countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cazzini, for introducing us into the concept of cheap food, cheap commodities in contrast to quality food. You reported about the challenges and the efforts to harmonize, the efforts to meet the CSR standards, and this transition phase is causing a lot of problems. Thank you very much. We move forward to the next speaker, who is Professor Lucia Scaffardi. She is a professor of public comparative law at the University of Parma, here in Italy. She has taught at various places in Portugal, Coimbra, in Oxford, Washington Law School, and in London. She's a member of the National Committee for Biosecurity, Biotechnologies, and Life Sciences, and she is an expert on the topic of novel food, not cheap food, novel food. Yes, and this is also the title of her presentation, Novel Sustainability and Novel Foods Feeding the Future. I give you the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The presentation, you help me or?
Now this is the challenge we cannot say. I think we need you to change it into the position we had before.
This way?
We can do it, yes.
It's okay.
Yes,
The remote control is there.
The remote control is there. But
You have to switch it on. Sorry. This is the point.
Doesn't work, huh?
We have to put it in presentation mode.
Okay, it looks like this.
You remove the receiver. Can I? It would never work.
I'm sad about this.
Okay. Here we are. Thank you.
First of all, I would like to thank Professor Ferrari and Giulia Bay and Damiano Fuschi, the organizer of this stimulating conference, for inviting me to present my research on novel food. At the University of Parma, I promoted in recent year different conferences and projects related to the fascinating topic strictly interlinked to food safety, but also to food security and the guarantee of the right to food in its different dimensions. Therefore, I am glad to be here today to talk about what I consider one of the most complex yet urgent topics our legislator and policymakers too, but also us as citizens, that are asked to face the challenge to feed present and future generation and the role of innovation in meeting these goals. In fact, the world is facing global and dramatic scenario tests, such as climate change, food insecurity, in the form of malnutrition, as we had before, and but also of food waste. We spoke with the Professor Gross before. This scenario is certainly exacerbated by the recent pandemic and the tragic war in Ukraine. In this context, food sustainability seems to be a fundamental and more than ever urgent goal to reach. Innovation, new technological and scientific discoveries could represent, in my point of view, a solution to promote a sustainable answer
to the current challenges. In this presentation, I will provide some insights on one of the above-mentioned solutions, novel food. To give you a rough outline of today's speech, I will first of all present the problem and the global context in which the food sustainability debate is set. I will then examine novel food by exploring the strict connection between them and the concept of sustainability. And last but not least, I will highlight the legal aspect linked to this new food, focusing especially on EU legislation. Sorry about this, but I don't know about novel food in some universities that are here presented today, like your Professor Gross. And I'm really interested tonight if you have an exchange about this subject. This analysis will allow me to conclude with some remark on future perspective and persistent criticalities. So, I would like to first address the current challenges in the broader context in which the debate about food sustainability, but also about novel food, is taking place. Food systems all over the world are increasingly under pressure. According to the United Nations, in 2020, 2.4 billion people suffered hunger over, or were better, enabled to eat a healthy, balanced diet on a regular basis. This disturbing scenario, mainly affecting developing countries in the global south, has been exacerbated by this global spread of COVID-19. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, estimated that while 607 million people worldwide in 2014 were undernourished, in 2020, this number grew tragically between 720 and 811 million. This data reveal how the devastating impact that the pandemic produced on national economies also had its effort on food system, causing a parallel pandemic of hunger. In this context of serious food insecurity issues and a constantly growing population, estimating to reach 9.3 billion in 2050, the FAO underscored the need to increase global food production by 70%. Feeding the world became an even more pressing objective, but at the same time, an even more formidable goal to achieve. In fact, anthropogenic climate change, land degradation, extreme weather events such as droughts, wildfire, and floods are making it extremely difficult to meet and envisage future food needs. As we are experiencing during these months in many parts of Italy, higher temperatures, it's very hot today here in Pavia, severe droughts and decreasing precipitation levels translate into a reduction of crop productivity, also affecting livestock and strongly impacting the guarantee of food safety. The exploitation and, in several cases, the waste of exhaustive natural resources, particularly, I think, soil and water, together with the deforestation, loss of biodiversity, and the pollution produced by the entire food supply chain, are severely compromising the environmental sustainability of food production. Climate change and pandemic, however, are not the only factor capable of putting pressure on the global food system and of negatively impacting food security. Wars too, such as the one currently taking place in Ukraine, endanger agricultural markets. As the European Union Commission and the World Food Programme underline in the communication, Safeguard Food Security and Reinforcing the Resilience of Food System of March 23rd, 2022, added a document, Food Security Implication of the Ukraine Conflict, date March 2022, Global grain markets are in turmoil, with immediate and worrying repercussion on food prices and available of wheat and maize as both food and feed. These consequences, alongside fertilizer shortage and energy insufficiency, are at the basis of serious global food security concern, in particular with regard to cereals import-dependent countries in the Middle East, Northern and Sub-Saharan Africa, and in the South Asia. Conflicts, social unrest, immigration, and political instability could accompany this phenomena, primarily affecting already vulnerable people. In the face of these complex and multi-faced but interrelated challenges, we note once again how food systems today are required to simultaneously increase food production and ensure food security while safeguarding the environment, guaranteeing sustainability and protecting food safety and consumers' health. Recognizing these urgent necessities, what clearly emerges from the evaluation here presented is that we cannot reach this objective without a real and pervasive paradigm shift in the current food systems. Such a paradigm shift required a twofold change, or better, I heard a lot of different changes that is possible. I underline two of them, okay? It must account for food security and sustainability, for the sustainability of food chain. So this is my two change that I think is really important. They account for food security, but not only this, also for the sustainability of food chain. It bears repeating, food security without a sustainable food chain is impossible. It is not by chance that the ambitious Agenda 2030, adopted in 2015 by the United Nations General Assembly, dedicated a second sustainable development goal to end hunger, achieve food security, and improve nutrition and promote sustainable agriculture. Thus, underline the importance of guaranteeing access to safe and nutritious food and diets, while also insisting upon sustainable practices that safeguard the environment, natural resources, and biodiversity. The right to food, as a consequence, must be more and more read as a multi-phased right that cannot be brought back only to the food safety dimension we spoke about this. This is an old view about this in you, I think. I agree with Professor Holle. The political, legislative, and regulatory effort intended to guarantee the right to food for all must protect not only the right to a safe food, but also the right to access to food for all. Although this has been perceived for a long time as an aspect of the right to food that only developing and poor countries were asked to face. The above-mentioned issues highlighting the security of food and the consequent inflation of prices reveal the importance of a serious food security debate also in richer and developed countries. In this complex context, innovation is considered as a precious ally. Solutions coming from technical, technological, and scientific progress are exceedingly useful to counter the drastic challenges food systems are facing, contributing in important ways to the realization of necessary transition. In this sense, innovation in the food sector delivers intelligent processes, services, and technologies that can help shape our way to eating and producing both now and tomorrow. A relevant example, in my opinion, of the potential role of innovation in guaranteeing food security and food sustainability is represented by the so-called novel foods. In the European Union, new foods are currently disciplined by Regulation 2015-2283 which defines as a novel a food that was not used for human consumption to a significant degree within the Union before 15 May 1997, the date of the entry into force of the first European Union novel food legislation. And also it falls under at least one of the 10 categories indicated in the Article 3, Paragraph 2, letter A. This is a long and detailing list, ranges from food with a new or intentionally modified molecular structure to consisting of isolated from procedures from microorganisms, fungi or algae or material or mineral origin, food consisting of engineering nanomaterials, food consisting of isolating from or produced from animals or their parts, and so on. As is apparent, these categories significantly differ from one another. In fact, by using the geographic and time criteria determining the novelty character of the food by looking uniquely at the EU territory and at the food consumed as of May 1997, the novel food regulation include not only innovative foods produced by scientifically advanced processes or technologies, but also foods that are already part of the traditional diet of population living in the country outside the European Union, but that were not usually consumed in the EU in 1997. As consequences, edible insects, notwithstanding their consumption in many parts of the world, are considered as novel food in the EU, as well as other high innovative food, such as cultural meat. Despite these differences, all these new foods seem to share a common value. They not only offer solutions for healthy issues related to the consumption of certain food, thus responding to the necessity of ensuring healthy and safe food, but they are also intended to efficiently address food security challenges by delivering more sustainable products and methods of production, and by providing diets with more energy, protein, and micronutrients. Indeed, the European legislator awareness of the value of novel food and their potentiality positive role in fighting against famine, malnutrition, and unsustainable food production practices clearly emerges from Recital 29 that you can read. So, what I want to underline again, I think that awareness of the impact of the novel food on the dramatic challenges highlighted before has undoubtedly been a relevant element in the EU legislator as considered in reforming the previous and first 1997 regulation mentioned before. But the effort the supranational legislator had to face cannot be only attributed to the need to promote and foster novel food production and marketing in EU agro-food markets. As we all know, the EU pays significant attention to the guarantee of food security and consumer health by imposing strengthened controls and food safety evaluation, sometimes driven by a precautionary approach. The EU food law is well known for its high standard of food safety and for the vast and comprehensive legislation ensuring food safety of the entire food chain. Considering this peculiar aspect, the European legislator were asked to find a correct balance between the necessity to maintain a strong food safety protection and simultaneously to boost innovation in food sector in order to promote a sustainable solution able to positively impact on food security needs. The determination of such a balance point has represented a complex challenge testified by the difficulties met by the EU legislator during the legislative process aimed at modifying the old and inefficient 1997 regulation. The main question and challenge the legislator had to answer can be, in other words, summarized: how to provide a legislative framework able to both guarantee food safety and food security by promoting innovation? In this sense, regulating new technologies represent, as affirmed by some authors, a daunting challenge for policymakers and legislators who are asked to define a regulatory solution that can foster progress and consequently offer new solutions to urgent, sustainable and food security challenges. The current EU novel food legislation represents a significant attempt to answer such questions. In fact, in 2015, legislation tried to fix some of the most relevant criticalities characterizing the previous legislation and clearly emerged during the years. First of all, the new regulation has confirmed the old approaches based in the previous legislation, but it has also introduced profound modification. In particular, what has remained the same is the necessity of a prior authorization. A food business operator who wants to market a food entering into the scope of application of the novel foods regulation must obtain a prior authorization to place on the EU market the product. But adopting and confirming such a caution approach, the EU legislator affirmed that in order to prevent possible negative effect on consumers' health due to the consumption of new and previously unknown foods, a prior control on possible food safety issues is required. As this fundamental aspect has been confirmed, what differs from the past is the authorization procedure and the actors in place. The 2015 regulation has introduced a centralized procedure, attributing a fundamental role to the European Food Safety Authorization, EFSA, as the subject asked to perform the delicate food safety prior risk assessment. This is one of the most important innovations in comparison to the previous 99 legislation. According to the older regulation, the authorization request by the food business operator should have been addressed to a member state, not to EFSA. And so we have a different procedure, different results. As it can be easily understood, this decentralization procedure caused several problems. First of all, a disproportionate distribution of this regulatory burden, since some states, such as UK or Netherlands, received a lot of submission, and on the contrary, some others received only a few. The applicants favored the state with the quickest process of evaluation or with the cheapest fees for application. The lack of precise provision disciplining the authorization procedure caused a fragmented landscape, where some states adopted a very cautious approaches, like Italy, by requiring the applicants to produce additional documents assessing the safety of the novel food, while in the other state, the procedure was easier and a bit faster. The decentralized risk assessment caused the use of different evaluation methods and approaches, and with regard to some specific novel food categories, also different regulatory interpretation concerning the scope of application and the definition of novel food. For example, the difference about the insect. This confused and dissimilar situation led to some severe consequences. The uncertain and somewhere discretionary results of the authorization procedure, together with the high cost of the documents and the study necessary to the food safety of the product, together with the absurd waiting time, 35 months on average, requires to obtain feedback to the applicants made by the 1997 authorization procedure strongly ineffective. From 1997 to 2008, only around 7 and 10 applications were submitted for a year. Considering the market potential in Europe for novel foods and for the high level of innovation, in the food industry, this number was evaluated as a very low and direct consequences of regulatory issues and deficiencies. In order to solve such criticalities, as well as boost innovation and marketing of novel food without negatively impacting on food safety standards, the 2015 EU legislator decided on one hand to confirm the previous authorization procedure by requiring to the applicants to present a dossier with all necessary information related to the food safety of the product. On the other hand, the legislator introduced a centralized and harmonized authorization procedure and a scientific evaluation that I spoke before in EFSA, and the applicant should present online application only to the EU Commission. This means that the member states are not competent anymore in authorization the request. And then I have no time to speak about something from the particular kind of novel food that is novel food come from third countries, but if you want, I can explain later. Furthermore, through the provision regarding traditional food, the 2015 legislation, after a long and complex reform process, had demonstrated the importance to clearly differentiate not only between the member state and the EU responsibilities and functions, but also between scientific and non-scientific factors by clearly distinguishing the actor devoted to delicate risk assessment phase from those who deal with the risk management decision, which could be politically influenced. By introducing this distinction, the current regulation has positively affected the EU novel food market by solving the previous criticalities emerged from 1997 provisions. If that regulation resulted in a barrier to innovative in the EU agri-food sector, the 2015 legislation represents a relevant and interesting example of how a balanced authorization process could not only promote and boost investment in innovative products and processes, but also ensure high standard of food safety upon which consumers trust in novel food can and should be properly based. In conclusion, food systems are facing now more than ever dramatic challenges. The desperate call for a paradigm shift impels us to rethink the way we produce food. While producing more, thus ensuring food security, remain an important goal. We must produce better in a more sustainable way. This means, inter alia, promoting social, economic, and environmentally sustainable development without compromising consumer health. Ignoring the acute need to redesign today's fragile food system will certainly result in a detrimental effect for present and future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Scaffardi, for introducing us into another concept of food, novel food, and the regulation of 2015 played center stage in your presentation. What can we expect in the future? What will be changed? What will be adapted? Thank you very much. Now we move on with the last. Yes.
She has COVID positive and she's not okay enough and she can talk.
Okay. No.
No.
That is a pity. The last presentation cannot be given due to a positive test of the speaker. That means that we have some time for discussion of these two presentations. Who would like to ask a question? Please, Professor Gross.
Yeah, I would like to ask about
Or just don't stay here. Yes. That doesn't work.
It doesn't work.
You just stay here and then
okay.
it works. Yeah.
I would like to ask, I think it's for the second presentation, but maybe it can be related to the first one too, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
when we talk about novel food, maybe about also the cheap food, but especially about the novel food, but I'm trying to connect. Can you talk more about, you talk about the food safety, but in the regulation, I think it's a very interesting thing us to not to know because there are different kind of novel food. And yes, maybe we can talk about eating insects that they were eaten before or not eaten or eaten again. But there's also the new technologies of food which is ultra processed. And I know, for example, being a vegetarian, it's a very big. Now we have so many new choices of the vegan hamburger and sausage, etc. But they are ultra processed food, and sometimes I don't know what I think we don't know yet how much the food safety maybe is okay, but as far as nutritional value, what's kept, how much. So that I think if you understand again food security in the broad way I just talked about this morning. So. So do we have regulation or information? How do we make sure that we know that to the extent that novel food is sometimes ultra processed food that keeps the nutritional values really? Because sometimes I look at the package and it will still say so and so protein, so and so. If you look at the ingredients, you can say so. But I was just now saw some warnings again, from, at least in Israel, from the Ministry of Health saying that we're not so sure about the new ultra-processed food. We don't know yet in the long term how much the effect on getting the nutrients right. So is that something that's going to be regulated too? Because it's not exactly food safety. You're not going to get sick with it, but are you going to get the same micronutrients that you got if you add the food in its less processed form? And maybe it's more, sometimes, for example, you see it a lot. Again, I know because I'm vegetarian a lot, you see this kind of like protein isolates from the different, so they isolate the protein from the soy, from the peas, and all that. So I don't know, do you get less of the full nutritional value of the thing? And that's something for regulation and how, etc.
Who would like to answer, or should we collect other questions? Would you like to answer, Professor Scafari? Yes. I think you have to come down to this, otherwise those who are taking part remotely cannot hear you.
Thank you for an interesting question. Probably better than me can explain this question, can respond to this question, Professor Holle, that is write a lot about this. In my point of view, I can say this to you. I criticize a lot in the past this regulation. I have no time to specify this, but it's a too much big regulation. And the problem is the political regulation. It's not a technical regulation. Because if you have a technical regulation, you have a technical regulation only for food coming from the third countries. And this is food that are used in these countries for about 30 or 40 years. So there's no problem. The assessment, the risk assessment is totally different. And so we need this kind. But in the same time, in the same regulation, we have another point that I didn't explain before, that is about clones, animals that are clones. But right, the first time that I read it, they say, it's something that is unbelievable for me, because the clonation is not possible in Italy, in UAE, sorry, not in Italy, not also in Italy, but in EU. And so why is in this point of novel food, there's a particular part that is dedicated to clones? Because there's not a political solution. They didn't find a political solution, so they put into this law and to this regulation also clones, like it's happened in the past for GMOs. They put in the first regulation of novel food, GMOs, and then we have a regulation for GMOs that are not obviously the same for novel food. So there's a lot of difficulties, and so it's difficult to respond to your answer, because I agree totally with you that it's important to write in the product where this kind of product is made, in which way. But now we are, how do you say, we are debating about this. And so I didn't find this kind of regulation. I could mistake, but I have no more question about this. Is it, do you understand what I mean?
Yeah, so it's not really regulated.
There's a lot of confusion. This is one negative point. Martin, do you want to more about this, because you write a lot of this.
Absolutely.
I think it doesn't work. Just if you stand here and speak loud, then everybody hears. Yes, yes, indeed.
So sorry about that if I'm talking to a speaker more than to you. Yeah, I fully agree. This political element, of course, blurs the water quite a lot. We have this safety assessment, and after that, we have a political decision, basically, between Commission and member states. And there they can also consider so-called other legitimate factors in their decision. That opens up, of course, the politics. Yeah, so you have anything, environmental issues, sustainability, everything can be, consumer prices, everything could potentially be a legitimate factor to consider. And maybe not in the area of novel foods, but when the authorization of health claims were considered. The Commission once has already used that argument, for example, to prohibit a health claim for dextrose as a sugar, because dextrose, of course, delivers energy, as any sugar does. And of course, it was a no-brainer for EFSA to say, yes, it's scientifically proven, because that sugar delivers energy is somehow textbook knowledge. So they got a positive claim for dextrose provides energy, which is interesting, of course, for some sports, nutrition, etc. But the European Commission refused to authorize the claim on public health grounds, because they said it's sending out a conflicting message about sugar. Because on one hand, we want people to reduce their sugar consumption. On the other hand, we would allow a claim that promotes sugar consumption or puts it positive. And that's how they got sued before the Court of Justice of the European Union, but the court confirmed that it was in the Commission's powers to use this public health argument. So the Commission can do that if they want to. Also, this nutritional comparison, it's to some kind of degree considered in the novel foods authorization process, because if it's disadvantageous to the consumer, the nutritional composition compared to the standard food, then it would also not get a positive EFSA opinion. So this element of nutrient content is there. But of course, what is nutritional disadvantageous, and at what stage do you have reached that level? That's then something for a scientific assessment, basically. So it's not only safety, it's also with regard to nutritional adequacy. But of course, where does the major difference start and where is it not adequate anymore? So there's some consideration of that, but it's not part of the safety assessment concept as such. Yeah? So it's it plays a role, but it's not let's say a hard factor, so to speak, only if it's to the negative. Yeah. So in that sense, there is some assessment of nutritional adequacy. Of course, how much is used afterwards and all that, that's also for the authorization decision. You could also do labeling, yeah, and make some labeling requirements in the authorization decision. But that's again political. Then how you do that? There's a proposal by the applicant, and of course, as an individual procedure, everybody can basically the applicant can always sue you before the court the decision, and so you're always running this risk. And that's why the Commission is, of course, very careful not to get too far into this uncharted territory, so to speak.
Oh, thank you very much. Would you like to ask a question?
Yes, maybe
yes,
on
please.
the yeah, on your topic with the cheap food. That's of course the key point: appreciation of food and paying for food and willingness to pay for food. And I think the consumer has been educated to compare prices only and go for the cheapest price. And so the question is, what determines the price, and how do we do food pricing? I think, and you illustrated already some of these aspects. So how do we get this this general cost that to the society. How do we get this price, get this into the food prices? And then on the other hand, and that's the question I'm also interested in, how would you make this still affordable to everyone? Because that's of course then the other part of the equation. Yeah, sustainability is nice, but sometimes we need a very much developed world discussion if you're talking about food prices and about what you can afford and about organic, 25% organic, and appreciating food and paying more for it. If I see how much energy prices are now putting on burden on people with low incomes, then the question is how can you get those people also if you say, well, we have to pay more for our food, which was the case in the past actually. If you see percentage of income, you paid much more, not so much on holiday, more on your daily living. But yeah, it's like with all addictions, it's difficult to get rid of it. Yeah. So I was wondering whether you have any ideas or suggestions to that. Just an open question. It's not something that has really been developed really.
Well, it's a question that is addressed to all of us, and it's a balancing act. But you are the one now to answer it for all of us. So please, if you get up and speak out loud.
Yeah. So I think that for agriculture in particular, I'm quite pessimistic in the sense that, to be honest, we are paying since 60 years for farmers for different reasons. But I think that for agricultural products in particular, we will continue to pay basically 2 taxes in this case. But at the end, I think that we will support and subsidize, for example, organic agriculture. In relation to the food market, I think that some attempt, of course, were done in the past to kind of rebalance the actors, the supply chain, like trying to build more supply chain, better consider the role of small farmers. But at the end, I think they are just quite a few small measures and quite specific, and of course, they will not be capable to completely address the problem of competition between players in the food sector in the European Union, and then also for consumers. And of course, this is also very related to consumer understanding. So in the EU, we're used to this idea, okay, the more information I will provide, the better you will understand. In theory, this idea of a superhero consumer is super rational. But at the end of the day, we know that we will spend like a few seconds. And so we're also trying to simplify this information through the notice score or other measures. So also a way to communicate this information about certain quality that will require certain prices, and of course the other way around, so different quality and different prices. So I also see a lot of relevance for food information in dealing with this struggle between prices and consumers.
It is a struggle. Yes, indeed. I think with this, we end the first session. And thank you very much to all the speakers, those who asked questions, answered questions. Thank you to the participants who followed us online, and we resume the conference at 3 o'clock sharp. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah. We can all leave our beds here because we close the room, and we will have the keys.